breathe.
Yeah. And not scrambled.
So I think it was here before, right? You were here last time.
No, it's my first year. Me and Craig talked to you. And
Oh,
we
that's
found-
right.
Like we found out that he was moving out.
Okay, I see. Okay. So just a reminder, I have to remind everyone every single day to remember not to record, of course, the jurors. And you can only record when the judge is on the bench. When he's off the bench, you need to turn off the audio and the video because in other instances, the camera kept rolling and they were live streaming. And that's not good. Then we get in trouble.
Is it okay if I just switch to bars? Turn off my mic.
And the video as well.
Right. If I switch my camera to bars.
Okay, I don't know how it works, but you'll make sure you don't live
Yeah.
stream it.
Yeah.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, it'll be good because
Okay.
if we shut down the camera,
Yeah.
then we have to reboot every time. But
Okay.
if he goes to bars, we can't see anything. It's
And
just
hear
bars.
anything. Okay.
And then he'll shut down the mics. Yeah.
Yeah, you got it. That works.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And then I don't know. Did you talk to Lucy? Because I'm not gonna be here tomorrow, but a different camera guy.
Yes,
is, and
he sent me an email. Okay, that's fine.
But then that means it'll be here for the weekend.
The person that's gonna be tomorrow here, right?
Yeah, but then I come Tuesday, and there's no way for me to get it because I'm an hour away.
Okay, let me see if I can get permission. I'm
Yeah,
just gonna ask
see
the
what
judge
Lucy-
overnight
see
because,
what Lucy-
okay.
Hopefully he'll let me. He was really nice to me the other day.
Yeah, he was. It's not up to us in administration or the judge, it's mostly our security team. That calls for the, but I'll try to get a green light on that, yes. I'll push a little.
I'll beg.
Usually goes to about 4.
Well, yesterday was 4:30. I mean, we take like an hour and a half lunch. And it just depends on who's up there. It could, I mean, could get out early, but it hasn't thus far. But sitting this long is hard. Sitting this long is hard. I would sit out there, but then I have to make here when we're breaking and all the other things.
Rise before.
Records show the presence of all the jurors, counsel, and the defendant. For on the record, the state can call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Agent Heredia.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Would you please tell the jury your full name and your occupation?
Correct. My name is Roberto, middle initial E, last name of Heredia, with an H. I'm a Border Patrol agent working for the Nogales Border Patrol Station.
Sir, could you spell your last name for the court reporter?
It'll be H-E-R-E-D as in dog, I-A.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Could you tell the jury just a little bit about yourself?
I've been with Border Patrol for approximately going on 15 years here in July. I've been stationed in the Nogales station my whole career. I am a local, raised here in Nogales, Arizona, currently living in Rio Rico.
And what sort of assignments have you had over that 15-year period that you've been here at the Nogales Border Patrol Station?
I've had numerous assignments ranging from undercover work to detention work and part of a mountain team for approximately 5-6 years.
And in January of 2023, what was your assignment?
I was assigned to the east side of Nogales, Arizona, as part of that mountain team.
Did that include the Keno Springs area?
Yes, it did.
I want to clear up a question one of the jurors had earlier with another witness before we get started on the events of January 30th. Could you tell us the difference between a checkpoint and a port?
Yes, the port of entry is the main entry into the United States. That is usually manned by CBP officers, custom officials. A checkpoint is further in the interior of the United States, primarily checking for immigration status, and is primarily manned by Border Patrol agents.
So checkpoints are you all green shirts?
Correct.
Border Patrol?
Correct.
And then ports of entry are blue shirts.
Blue shirts, that is correct.
And the ports of entry, those are right on the border.
Right on the border, correct.
And then you all are responsible, if I understand correctly, for the checkpoints and everything in between the ports of entry.
That is correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so now I'd like to talk about January 30th of 2023. We heard another Border Patrol agent talk about his experience. Did you go to an academy as well?
I did go to an academy. The academy was in Artesia, New Mexico. Academy was approximately 4 months for me because I know how to speak Spanish. So I didn't have to stay for the Spanish part.
And you had the same field training as other officers, is that right?
That is correct.
And the probationary period?
That is correct, except the exception mine, at the time I came in, my probation was 2 years instead of the regular one.
Now I want to talk about January 30th of 2023. Were you on duty on that day?
Correct, I was on duty.
And were you called to 100 Willow Cross Circle in Keno Springs?
Yes, I do not, to be honest with you, I do not know the exact address, but it was a Vermilion Ranch.
Vermilion Mountain Ranch?
Correct.
Do Do you know the homeowner's name there?
I knew after the incident, Mr. George Allen Kelly.
And that location is in Santa Cruz County?
That is correct.
Can you tell me on January 30th of 2023, before you got this call, what were you doing and where were you located?
I was located somewhere along Highway 82, I think around the area of the Circle K. Just prepping for that day. I was prepping to patrol the east side, Duquesne Road, all that area.
And the Circle K you're referring to, is that the one in Nogales?
The one in Nogales, Arizona by Highway 82.
Okay. And so is that the road that leads out to where Keno Springs is located?
That is correct. Further north should be the road that takes you to Keno Springs.
And so that would be northeast of where you were in Nogales, is that right?
Correct.
So what time were you dispatched to this call?
The call came in at approximately 2:40 p.m.
And when you received the call, what information did you have?
The information that came out through the radio was something to the effect that the owner of the Vermilion Ranch had reported that there were people shooting at him in his property.
And did you respond to the location after you received that dispatch call?
Yes, I did.
And were you in a vehicle by yourself or did you have a partner in your vehicle?
I was in a vehicle by myself.
Do you know how long it took you to get there?
It must have been approximately 15 minutes.
And when you arrived at the location, can you tell me, you said you were dispatched at 2:40, but I'm a little confused about that. Were you dispatched prior to that and arrived at 2:40, or did you get dispatched at 2:40?
I believe I got dispatched approximately 2:40.
And would your report refresh your recollection on that issue?
It would.
If I can have just a second while I find your report.
Yes, ma'am.
Why don't you move on while your co-counsel trying to find it?
Will do, Judge, thank you. I'm pretty sure I had pulled it, so I'm not sure which one. So, after you got there, were you the first to arrive? Was there anyone else there?
I was the first one to arrive at the scene.
And when you got there, what did you discover when you approached the property?
I got off my vehicle. The front gate of the property was shut or locked. So I remember jumping the front gate and making my way towards the front of the ranch house.
And when you made your way over to the front door or to the front of the ranch house, what did you observe when you got there?
When I got there, I observed a lady that was at the door of the ranch house, at the front door of the ranch house. I wasn't quite at the front door. I never made it that way. But I talked to the lady. I wanted to make sure she was okay. The lady stated that she was okay. Lady stated that approximately.
Your Honor, I'm not offering this for the proof of the matter asserted, but for what this officer did next and why he went the direction he did.
Objections overruled. So I think this is the first time I'm giving you something to be called in the law a limiting instruction. Okay, and that means giving an instruction about what the evidence is being admitted for that the witness is going to testify to. So the question was, what did the lady, who we all assume is Mrs. Kelly, say to him? And that is hearsay because Mrs. Kelly is not here in court testifying to it. But it's not offered, here's the instruction. This is not offered for the truth of the matter asserted. So it's not offered, you should not consider it, you should not consider what you were about to hear that Mrs. Kelly said as being proof of the truth about what she's saying. Okay? It's only being offered to explain what this officer did next. All right. So just theoretically, hypothetically, putting this situation aside, hearsay can be admitted. Let's say some other case, some person yells, there's a fire, there's a fire, there's a fire, it's burning over there. It might not be true at all. It explains why the firemen ran or the police ran to that location, went to that location. Could turn out to be true, could turn out not to be true. It's not offered to prove that there was a fire or that fires actually existed. It's offered to prove what this witness did next, responding to subsequent actions. So for those reasons, with a limiting instruction, the objection is removable. That's, I went a little far on that than I usually do. That's to explain what a limiting instruction is.
Thank you. Agent Heredia, you said there was a woman, a lady at the home, is that right?
That is correct.
Did you at any point discover the identity of that lady?
No, I didn't know her name. I didn't know who she was.
No problem. And so you spoke with her. Could you describe her? Do you recall?
Life can be hard. With Culligan, your water doesn't have to be.
Was it that she said to you at that point?
Again, I asked if she was okay. She said she was okay. She stated that 15 minutes prior to my arrival, her husband and her had seen approximately 5 individuals or 5 subjects near the south end of the property that were carrying long arms and bundles of narcotics.
And what did she tell you next?
She said that her husband had taken off after them, and she pointed in this gesture, pointing south. She said that her husband had taken off walking south towards the subjects, I assumed.
Now you described the area where you hopped the fence. So I'm going to show you a map. This is actually a lot. See, marking back. And Your Honor, if it's all right with the court, I'm just going to show the electronic version. Agent Heredia, do you recognize this general map?
Yes, I do.
And what does that appear to be?
That appears to be George Allen Kelly's residence, the ranch.
And Your Honor, the state moves for admission of State's Exhibit 114.
No objections, Your Honor.
114 is good.
May I publish, Your Honor? And just for the jury's information, this is actually 114. The slide says 115, just so as not to cause any confusion. And can you tell me, sir, is this the area, can you tell the jury how you approached the residence when you first got there that day?
Okay, I parked at the front gate. Is there a way I can show them here on screen or no?
Yes, if you touch on the upper left, there should be a little stylus. It'll give you a color. There you go. And then you can just touch the screen with the stylus.
That is the front gate that I was referring to. I parked my vehicle right next to that front gate. I got off the vehicle with my service issued rifle, my M4 rifle, and I hopped the fence, made my way down this road. Sorry. This is the steps. Okay. All right, sounds good.
And Agent Heredia, before you try to draw on that, sir, I'm gonna make it a little larger.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Is that helpful?
That is,
Are you able to see the gates on the zoomed in copy of, zoomed in
I am.
photograph? Okay,
am.
could you show us then where the gates are?
It should be right around this
And that's the area where you parked your car and hopped the gate?
area. That is correct.
And then where did you approach the house?
I jumped the fence here, walked towards the house this way. I remember at that time, there was a truck parked here. And I make my way here, and I think Mrs. Kelly was right there at her front door.
Okay, and that's where she was when you spoke with her.
That is correct.
What's the next thing you did after you spoke with Mrs. Kelly and she told you that her husband had gone south after the subject?
Okay, I told Mrs. Kelly to shelter in place. My concern at that time was armed individuals, and I was by myself. So I went back to my truck to wait for backup. And that's what I did, hopped the fence and then waited for backup at my truck.
Okay, and were you aware that backup was on the way?
Yes, I was aware,
And how did you know that?
because my agent, my partner, Agent Paul Duggan, who was riding a separate vehicle, also acknowledged the traffic.
Did you hear anything at that point?
Once my partner arrived, I could hear sirens in the background, and it turned out to be Santa Cruz County Sheriff officers.
So were they very far behind?
They were several seconds behind my partner.
And then after you heard the officers, after the other officers arrived, what did y'all do?
So we had once I made contact with the Santa Cruz County officers, I told them the information that Mrs. Kelly had given me. And again, our priority was armed individuals. So we made our way back to the house, to the ranch house. So I met with officers there. We made our way back. And then we did like a hasty perimeter check.
And what do you mean by a hasty perimeter
Hasty
check?
perimeter check, we just checked around this area. Make sure that everything was okay. There was no armed individuals in the area.
And and what was the purpose of doing that?
Again, we're looking for, first of all, the well-being of Mr. Kelly, and make sure that there was no immediate threat to the residents of the house and to us.
And after you did that perimeter check, what did y'all do at that point?
After the quick hasty perimeter check, I don't know the direction where everybody went, but we fanned out. So I just saw like sheriffs going this way, sheriffs going this way. My partner, Paul Duggan, and I believe we went this way. I don't believe we went that way. We went south. In the direction where Miss Kelly had pointed that her husband had taken off to.
And I'd like to show it's another exhibit. So if we could take So I just want to make sure, you said you headed off in the southerly direction. And if I'm clear, that's because of what Mrs. Kelly told you about where Mr. Kelly went, is that correct?
That is correct.
And so I'm going to show you another exhibit. Could you take a look at State's Exhibit 115 on your screen, please?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that appear to be a larger map of the Kelly property?
It is.
Your Honor, move for admission of State's Exhibit 115.
Your Honor, I have no objection. Of course, this exhibit says 114. It would be good if they would cross that off and mark it as 115. It's getting confusing when the numbers aren't the numbers that we're supposed to.
Exhibit 115 is admitted.
Your Honor, it's not the exhibits that are the issue. The exhibits are properly marked. It's just the slides. And could we publish, please, with the court's permission? And sir, you said you headed out from the house and that you headed south.
Correct.
Do you see a dirt road on this map?
Yes, I do.
Did you follow that dirt road or did you go a different direction?
No, I didn't follow the dirt road. I'll use the term bushwhacking. We just went through the brush across that dirt road.
And could you show the jury what direction generally you and your partner traveled?
Yes. So from the house, that is more or less the direction we traveled. We didn't cross the road. I overreached there, but we didn't. We stayed on the road. That's when we saw Mr. Kelly walking towards us. So when we got to this point, okay, I want to clear it now. Mr. Kelly was walking this way towards us with his two dogs.
Okay, we'll get to that in just a second. I
Yes.
want to talk about your trip. And I just want to make sure, you said earlier that your partner Dugan was with you, is that right?
That is correct.
So the two of you were traveling together on this path through the property.
Correct.
And when you traveled through that property, I see that the line you drew looks like you went through a wash. Did you go through a wash or an arroyo?
Yes, we went through a wash, a road.
And when you traveled through that area, did you make any observations of any kind at that point?
No,
Did you see any people or any sign of foot traffic?
no, I didn't see any people. I didn't see them.
Were you looking for foot traffic at that point?
I was just looking for, armed individuals for the safety, but no, I wasn't looking for any particular groups or anything like that.
Okay, so but you didn't see anyone as you were traveling through there.
No, I did not see.
And when you approached the road and you saw Mr. Kelly coming, which direction was Mr. Kelly coming? And was he on the road? Was he on the trail or off the road, or where was he?
He was on the road and he was walking that direction, but on the road.
And you said he had his two dogs with him?
He had his two dogs with him, very friendly, came up to greet us. They licked our hands, just very playful dogs.
And what did you observe about Mr. Kelly as you saw him walking down the road?
When he was walking towards us, he had a rifle cradled on his left arm, kind of like the way hunters cradle their rifles. That's the way he had his rifle.
And I see you making a gesture, but could you show the jury what you mean by that?
Yes. So the rifle he was cradling, he had his arm like this, and the rifle was cradled across his chest.
So across his chest diagonally and over his right shoulder?
Yes, yes,
And holding it with his left arm?
yes.
Thank you. And when you observed him, after you greeted the dogs, what's the next thing you did?
And Mr. Kelly, I advised Mr. Kelly, I asked him if he was okay. Mr. Kelly said he was okay. And then he stated that I told him that we responded to the area because the call came in that there were people shooting at him in his property. He stated that he had seen around 5 to 7 individuals carrying bundles of narcotics around the ranch house.
Could you pause for a second? Does that accurately reflect the statement you just made?
Yes,
And he told you they were carrying narcotics.
yes, they were carrying bundles of narcotics, yes.
Did he say anything about seeing any firearms?
No.
And what's the next thing he told you?
He stated that he knew the difference between regular illegal aliens and mules because he had been living in the area for a long time.
And what did he tell you his observations were about these people?
After we kept on walking on the road, and after that, he stated that he had heard a gunshot.
Let me stop you a second. I want to go back to his statements about knowing the difference between whether someone's an immigrant or what was the other phrase he used?
A mules.
Okay,
Mules.
a mule. And when he indicated that he knew the difference between the two, did he tell you what was the difference in his mind?
Well, the mules carry big bundles of marijuana on their backs, big bundles of narcotics. On their
That's
back.
what he told you.
He said bundles of narcotics.
Okay. And so did he tell you how he knew and which he believed they were?
He believed they were mules because of the big bundles, and he had been living in that area for a long time, and he could tell the difference between a regular illegal immigrant and a mule.
And at that point, did he reference large backpacks as well?
Yes,
So does that statement on your screen now accurately reflect what Mr. Kelly told you?
yes, it does.
Okay. And what did he say happened next?
He said that he had heard a gunshot. He had
And
heard
did he
a,
tell you when? Was that before or after he saw these individuals?
after he saw him. After he saw him, he heard a gunshot, and that he did not know where the gunshot came from or who had shot. But he did emphasize that he saw the mules running back south towards the international boundary fence as if they were scared.
And the statement I have on your screen, does that accurately reflect what Mr. Kelly told you?
Yes,
And you said additionally that he didn't know where the shot came from
correct,
or who shot,
correct,
and that they appeared scared?
correct.
And does that accurately reflect what Mr. Kelly told you?
Yes, it does.
Did he tell you anything else at that time?
No,
Did he ever say that he was shot at?
no, he never stated that.
He just said he heard a shot.
Correct.
Did he ever tell you at any point that he saw any weapons?
No, he did not say.
Did he ever mention anyone pointing a weapon at him?
No, he never said that.
Did he ever tell you that he was afraid?
No.
Object leading.
No, he never stated that he was afraid. He didn't look like he was afraid. He was calm. He didn't look nervous to me.
So his demeanor at that point was very calm?
Yes, very respectful, very, very calm.
The weapon he was carrying, did he ever tell you that he discharged that weapon?
No, he never stated that.
That's all I have for this witness. Thank you, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. I did have to go back to have him take a look at the time. I forgot to ask him that question. Could I do that? I figured out it's Exhibit 53. Have you refreshed your recollection?
Yes,
So was it the time you were dispatched 2:40 or the time you arrived 2:40?
it was the time I was dispatched, the time that the radio call came through.
Okay, thank you for clearing that up.
Yes,
That's all I had, Your Honor. Thank you.
would you like this copy?
You guys have problems with putting back up, your 114? Yeah, do you mind putting up 114? Yeah, I might have to put together. May I proceed, Your Honor? Good morning.
Good morning.
So you are the first law enforcement representative to arrive at this, I'm going to call it for short, the Vermilion Ranch, correct?
Yes,
And had you ever been there before?
not at the ranch house itself, but I've worked that area before.
Okay, so knowing the area, how far is that excuse me, got the hiccups. How far is that location to the border wall? If you were to go as a crow flies, what would you say it was?
About a mile.
Mile? And there's no direct road to it, right? I mean, it's kind of a roundabout way to get there if you were in a vehicle, correct?
To get to the border?
Yes,
That is correct.
okay. So roads aren't like a crow fly, but there's terrain in between Mr. Kelly's house and the first point of the border wall, correct?
Correct.
Now, in this terrain, and it's hard to tell visually when you're not looking perpendicular to the ground, but from the aerial view, we have State's Exhibit 114 still up on the overhead. Can you see it?
Yes, I can.
Now, this area is encompassed with other ranches around it also, correct?
Correct.
So it's not an easy place to just stumble upon, is it?
No, it's not.
Now, you said you worked this area for quite a bit, is that right?
That is correct.
And you actually expressed your knowledge about this terrain, not only possibly a little bit in your report, but also to Detective Einza, didn't you?
Correct.
So let's talk about this area as it relates to what Mr. Kelly believed is his knowledge as far as it's concerning mules and trafficking. What do you know about it and the dangers of this area?
Objection, improper request for opinion testimony from a lay witness.
Go ahead, sir.
It is what I'm giving you is my personal opinion about the area.
And your knowledge from experience, sir.
It's a dangerous area that we work.
Okay. Elaborate why you believe it's dangerous from your observations and your experiences.
For us,
Your
it's
Honor, excuse me, can I just show an ongoing objection? Thank you, sir.
Go ahead, sir.
for us, it's dangerous because it seems that out there in the desert, everything's out to get you, from the vegetation to the heat, potential, bad individuals. That's what we consider dangerous area.
So bad individuals, it's not a normal place for someone to go rob a bank, is it?
No,
Okay, so we got a different type of bad individuals. What's the activity that you would classify some examples that would fall under people that are these bad folks that you're describing?
we could potentially run into armed individuals, that are up to no good in that area.
So when someone's armed out there, it wouldn't surprise you if this family saw armed individuals, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And what known activities or reasons do you believe with your experience would be going on if a person's sitting there armed, especially with long arms?
If there's an armed individual out there, either it could be a hunter or it could be a bad person, usually guarding the narcotic loads coming through the area.
So the fact that Mr. Kelly has lived out there for quite some time, that's what you learned, right?
Correct.
He was acknowledging with you that he was aware of the potential terrain and potential dangers of his property, right?
Well, he stated that he knew what the subjects that he had seen, he knew that they were mules because he could tell the difference.
And so over the years, there's been migrants, people, just trying to get over the border for the American dream, but there's been illegal activity in this area, and he felt his experience, did you interpret it this, that he felt that he knew the difference. This wasn't just people trying to run over the border.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
The question was how this witness interpreted what Mr. Kelly was telling him, so the objection's overruled.
Go ahead, sir.
Yes, my interpretation, from what he said, he stated that he had seen mules, not illegal aliens.
And the fact that he's been there long enough and acknowledged that, you had no reason to disbelieve that he believed that to be happening, correct?
Correct.
Okay, because it was reasonable, correct?
It was
Objection, Your Honor,
correct.
again, calls for speculation.
It's what he feels, sir.
What was the objection? I'm sorry.
Speculation.
What was the question?
I asked if he believed it was reasonable. Asked for this witness belief.
Objection's overruled.
I believe it was reasonable.
Thank you, sir. Now, you knew you were there because shots were fired, right?
That's what the call came through, that shots were fired in the area.
So therefore, there had to be guns if that statement was true, correct?
Correct.
And the fact that you first interchanged with Mrs. Kelly, or the gray-headed senior woman, confirmed independently, now that you're looking hindsight, confirmed that that call was potentially legit call, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And she was a nice lady, wasn't she?
She was.
And you had no reason to believe that she was lying to you?
I did not.
Did you learn that she was only in the house?
I only saw her in the house. I didn't know who else was in the house.
So yeah, I didn't ask that, but did you learn that that's all she never came outside, that the whole time she's been in the house? Did you learn that?
No, my
Okay.
first initial encounter was her at the door.
Okay.
Front house.
But she greeted you at the door as you walked up. Did you knock, or was she picking out the glass door?
No, she was already out when I got there, and I never made it to the front entrance. I never made it quite to the door of the house.
Okay. Now, they do have glass doors. Are you aware of that?
No,
Okay. And they have a lot of glass windows. Are you aware of that?
not aware of it.
It's just what you know,
believe-
sir. Just what you know. And I'm just checking to see what you know.
Not aware.
Okay. Now, so she didn't make it clear where she saw these people running, correct?
She just stayed at the south end of her property.
Okay. So you don't know whether with that comment, you don't know if she observed it from within her house or outside the house,
I
right?
have no idea to
Okay.
that. Yes.
Now, when things were over, the extreme situation was over, you made a note that Alan Kelly followed or ran after, what was the words that you used?
She stated that she pointed south, a gesture like I'm doing, stating that Mr. Allen had taken after the direction of the subjects walking.
Okay. Now, so he was walking, and you don't know if Mrs. Kelly, or the person that was in the home, and Mr. Kelly, which you later met, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You don't even know if they had any communications since this event took place.
No, I did not know that.
Okay. So if her version of it could be from what she observed, correct?
Correct.
That she knew he was walking in the direction south
Correct.
with the two dogs.
She never stated anything about dogs.
Okay, you saw the dogs.
When I met with Mr. Kelly, yes, when I saw him first.
And those dogs followed him everywhere, didn't they?
Yes, they were following him.
But they're very curious dogs, aren't they?
They are friendly.
And they are, they are almost true to their breed, but always looking around, smelling out everything, curious about the terrain as you all are walking, correct?
Yes, they were kind of like running circles around him, playfully.
But they were interested also in the terrain. Did you notice? Almost like a hunting technique. They're smelling and observing everything on the ground and anything around them.
I did not notice that.
But inquisitive. They were curious about you.
Yes, they were.
And they approached you to see who you were.
They did.
Okay. And you didn't call
No, I did not call them.
them. And how many dogs were there?
2 dogs.
Now, looking at this exhibit that's posted on there, put down, redraw the line that you took once you left the house to go start to search around.
Once I left the initial house after we did the hasty perimeter check, is that what you mean?
You got backup. Backup went back to the house. So let's start with that perimeter check. And that's for your safety and the homeowner's safety, correct?
Correct.
All right. So put that circle around the house as you did before. Okay, now, would it be that wide of it or closer to the home?
I think that would be reasonable.
Okay, did you were aware of the barbed wire fencing that exists in the back of the house?
I believe I did see the barbed wire fence, but I'm not entirely aware of where it is because I've never been to that ranch house.
Okay.
I worked around the area of the ranch
And
house.
you didn't personally work the field that is behind the house that everyone else searched, correct?
No, Agent Paul Duggan and I, we kind of stayed around this area. We never went here or
Okay.
this area.
You drew some lines before, I'd like you to put them back on, of the search outward while you guys went the other way and ultimately met Mr. Kelly.
So as we were walking down towards Mr. Kelly, from my observations,
Why don't you use a different color on that one?
I will, let me,
You can hit undo.
One of the jurors has asked for the large picture a little bit.
I have no objection. Does that help?
Can you move it at all? Move it to the, wherever you have it. I'll let you know.
This way?
Let's undo your markings.
will do.
Is that? Good.
All right, so let's start with the perimeter. We've cleared the board. Since we blew it up, it changes your markings. Now, ultimately, while this is blowing up, are you able to show where your car was parked at this point?
Yes,
Okay. Now, if you notice, there's also colors that you could change,
If
okay?
if you bring that house a little bit south, because the gate is way up top, I think that's better.
You just show that.
Okay, I'm gonna show it in one color and then I'll switch colors.
All right,
That's where my vehicle was parked.
okay. The direction you took that ultimately you found Mr. Kelly would be the opposite way of the vehicle or the same direction?
Opposite way of the vehicle,
And
south.
if I could ask the state now to move the screen to just where that dot is at the top, so we can go down. And we're still.
I'm gonna clear the dot again.
Okay, all right. That's right there. Go ahead and put your dot on there. Thank you. All right. Now, you went down, you greeted Miss Kelly, you went back, you got some backup, and then you came back into the property, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, you had some lines, well, first of all, the perimeter search of the house. Let's go ahead and draw that. you could use, let's just use one other color for the searches.
Switch colors for the searches. So that's a kind of hasty perimeter check approximate.
Okay. Now, earlier, when the state was asking you questions, you started to show which way you went, and we could keep that. And you were part of this circle, right? I mean, you were searching the perimeter too.
I never made it to the eastern side of the house. I kind of like stayed on this southwestern part of the house. I never went with the sheriffs all the way around.
Okay.
Just help this side of the house there.
All right, let's take the direction that you think you were heading to get to the barn. We're gonna look at the barn later, but set us off into a direction.
If I'm not mistaken, it was kind of like in this direction. That we bushwhacked.
Okay, and you described what bushwhack was. You're not following the roads, you're crossing the terrain.
That is correct.
Now, while you're heading that way, show me those lines that you had that showed other officers checking out in another direction in the field.
And just to know, these are approximate.
We get that.
Yes. That's approximately the way I saw
Okay,
the officers branching out.
and you're not reflecting these lines as the number of officers, right?
That is correct.
Do you even know how many we're searching?
Approximately, from what I can remember, approximately 7, I would like to say.
All right, so there were quite a bit
I
of
may be mistaken.
officers.
Yes.
Okay, so why don't you, just in between each of the lines, with the same magenta color, whatever that is, just put some dots in between to reflect other people being there. Other officers. And were they a combination of Border Patrol and Sheriff's Department?
No, just Sheriff's Department. The only Border Patrol agents at that time was Agent Paul Duggan and myself.
Okay, so the two of you are gone to look for the homeowner.
Correct.
Okay, so with a yellow, different color, yellow would be great. There is an arroyo out here, and you had to cross through it if you bushwhack this direction, correct?
Yes,
Did you follow it or did you just cut through it?
cut through it.
Okay, so why don't you just kind of, like as if it was a highlighter, give us an idea of where this arroyo encompasses this side of the house.
The arroyo should be a little bit south. You know, south of, like at the end of that white line. That's where the arroyo should be.
So further down?
Further down, correct.
I didn't mean to do that. Let me undo it. Which one's that? Okay. Sorry, I'm sorry. If we could just zoom out just to drop or move the map up just to drop, please. Stay. Can you move it now up just to drop? No, can't do that. Can you, if you zoom out, would it change your lines? Do you see an arroyo in this photo right here?
Yes, I see the arroyo at the southern end of the white line.
Okay, so I know we came off our drawing, but if you could just take a yellow and try to show where that is.
I'm gonna put a circle around.
Well, try to follow it a little bit. And maybe a circle at the other end that you think it's, which direction it goes in.
That's the arroyo, and the arroyo runs kind of like this way.
Okay, and it continues up through the right side of the map, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And arroyo arroyo is a ditch, a ravine, correct?
Arroyo is the Mexican word for wash.
Okay. Commonly formed through waterways, right?
Correct.
And commonly maintaining different elevation than ground level
Yes,
because of erosion, correct?
yes,
And most commonly, and specifically here, if this ditch or wash is lower than the ground level that the house is sitting on, correct?
it is.
Yes. And its deepness depends on where you are in the arroyo, right?
Yes,
So we got lower elevation running up, and you can see this. And then if we could now go to the next slide that you'll use, which I think was 115, please, Kim. Thank you.
Well, you can use these if you like.
would you like me to clear the lines on my end?
Yes, please. Now, let's put a small circle around the house. And if you were to follow the yellow brick road, because it is kind of yellow, that is a pathway or a place where one could walk on, and ultimately it takes you to a building, correct?
That is correct.
And did you have a chance to observe this as Mr. Kelly's barn?
Yes, when we were up top, when we went, Mr. Kelly, you could overlook that.
Because you're at
that
a high,
warehouse.
I apologize.
Yes,
You are at a higher elevation where you greeted Mr. Kelly, correct?
that is correct.
But if you followed that road down with your eyes, you would see the barn and the pump house, correct?
Yes, the pump house is up top, and the barn or the steel warehouse should be down there.
Okay, if you
Under
could
the barn.
circle that, please. Both of them, yes, thank you.
That is the pump house,
Yes, sir.
and that is the steel building, the barn.
Okay. So the fact is, when you not caught, but came together with Mr. Kelly, put a little X with a different color where you observe, approximately, where you observe Mr. Kelly with his two dogs. So real close to his pump house.
Real close to the pump house, correct?
And you don't know where he was coming from. Was he approaching you though?
He was walking in the direction we came up, yes, on the road.
So far as you know, he could have been checking on his barn to make sure everything was safe.
Correct.
Okay. And did he reflect that?
No, he never stated he was checking on his farm.
Okay, but you didn't ask, correct?
No, I did not ask.
All right. And people you encounter are only as good as to the questions you might ask, correct? As far as gathering information.
Yes,
You've been trained to ask good questions, to try to learn facts.
correct.
And so if you don't ask him a question, he may not know to give you an answer, right?
Correct.
It's fair. Now, I mean, you are the trained one, and I would assume that victims, as Mr. Kelly was that day, are not necessarily victims every day to know what you might be looking for, right?
Right.
Now, just to give you some information, I know you're doing your best to reflect how he was holding this gun, and I get the cradling, but did you know Mr. Kelly is left-handed and that rifle might have been flip-flop from the direction that you said?
I had no idea.
Okay,
He's
but you
left-handed.
just saw the cradling,
Correct.
okay? And you don't know, and you know the barrel is pointing up in the sky,
Yes,
okay? Whether it's this way to the left or this way to the right, I'm using my hands, and that's for the court reporter. The point was, he was holding it in a very safety-minded way, correct?
that is correct. Kind of like hunters do.
Right. And a good hunter doesn't point, or anyone that uses a gun will never just swing their barrels around and point it at people, correct?
Oh no, otherwise we would have had a problem.
Yes, you would have been threatened, felt threatened, and acted accordingly, correct?
Yes,
You did not feel threatened?
No.
Okay. So it was a very respectful carry on his own property, correct?
Yes.
Anything illegal about that?
No.
Okay. This property is outside the city limits, I would assume. Sheriffs
Yes.
responded,
Yes.
correct? All right. We do have a Nogales Police Department, correct?
We do have a Nogales Police Department.
Yeah, and they did not come to the scene at all, correct?
They weren't there when I was there.
Okay, so it's probably a jurisdiction thing, correct?
Correct.
And so sheriffs usually cover the county, the outside areas. Is that fair to say?
That is
Your
fair to
knowledge?
say.
So he's walking up calmer now that everything seems safe, that he sees law enforcement. Is that possible?
That is possible.
Okay? Because I would feel safer if you were next to me. You look like you could protect me. Is that reasonable?
That is reasonable.
Okay, and there's two of you now. He now knows law enforcement is at his home, his homestead, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. In the border, this is the south direction. The house to the barn is in a southern direction.
More or less, yes, general southern direction.
Not perfect, right?
Not perfect.
And then to the right and to the right south, you could glance down yonder, so to speak, and see the border wall, correct?
Correct.
It would be off to the distance though, right?
Yes, correct.
A good ways away, but you could see it.
Correct.
Now, when you were going back to why people in this area potentially illegal immigrants that are crossing through his property or anyone else's property would likely to have guns, they're guarding. What are they guarding from? What are the different things?
They could be guarding, if they're carrying narcotics, they could be guarding the narcotics.
From Border Patrol?
No,
From whom?
from, we call them rib crews. Rib crews are people that steal the narcotics from other mules.
Okay, so this does exist.
It does exist.
Now, would someone carrying illegal, this is with your personal knowledge, sir, okay, and your training. Would someone that's illegally carrying a narcotic, smuggling a narcotic, like, would they try to hide as they're crossing the border to get to a location?
Yes,
I mean, they're not gonna say, here I am, right?
of course not.
It's an illegal activity. You're being discreet.
Correct.
Why would someone like that have a walkie-talkie on them?
I imagine so they could coordinate, picking up other drugs or the routes they're taking.
Okay, so not only to find the person they're distributing to potentially, but also could there be others watching out for any border patrol?
Yes,
And although you all have cameras as a group, correct?
Correct.
Surveillance cameras I'm referring to out
Correct.
there. They're not a perfect system, are they?
nothing's a perfect system.
And it's hard to track people going through these auroras, right?
There are arroyos, it would be hard, yes,
Okay, because they're lower.
correct.
And the cameras, I would imagine you gotta, have you ever seen the camera system?
I've seen camera systems.
Okay, and do they have the ability to zoom around and look around?
I can't discuss operational.
Okay, that's fair. I'm not that interested. Were you at the scene when there was another call later on in the afternoon?
This is the big dance.
Duquesne Road?
Yes, I am.
And is it a common area for drug pickups?
We've had some drug pickups there in that area, yes.
Okay, why else do you know about that location?
I patrol that area in the past.
Is Washington, the word Washington was used,
I patrol that area in the past.
is Washington, the word Washington was used in this hearing. Is it related to that area at all?
Yeah, Mount Washington is a big mountain east of Duquesne Road.
Okay. And if a person was in that area, carrying backpacks and long arms and stuff like that, would that be suspicious to you?
Yes, it would.
You said there's a mountain there. Is that something that allows people, does that allow people to help look out the terrain around it?
Yes,
And so walkie-talkie communication could be done that way too, correct?
correct.
And would it be common for anyone that might be doing this type of activity to have binoculars on?
I think that's fair to say.
Okay. And I'd like to show you. We'll let her get it up a second here. I'll move on with another question.
Yes, ma'am.
Just how far, do you have any idea how far Duquesne Road or Mount Washington or that area would be to Mr. Kelly's house?
I want to say anywhere from 3 to 4 miles.
Okay. So with time, it's walkable. I mean, someone could walk that distance.
Yes.
Okay.
Would you like to clear the circles?
Just hold on. At this time, I'd like to republish what's already marked in evidence JJ, defense JJ. For all to see. And we will, you can get rid of those lines.
Oh, sorry.
You're doing good. Okay, this is a photo that's already been admitted into evidence, and we're not asking you anything specific about the person. My questions are reflected upon the clothing, okay? And there is a walkie-talkie on the right hip there, a pair of binoculars and a fanny pack and camouflage coloring of clothing. Would this be, could this be run along the theory that this person could be someone that might be either a scout or trafficking drugs? Would this appearance surprise you?
Being honest and looking at the photo, to me, it could be a scout, or to me, it could be a hunter.
Okay, now, of course, you don't see a rifle, you don't see any guns in this photo, and you don't know when this took place, this photo. But the camouflage and if this person was on private property, would that be appropriate place to hunt?
It would not be an appropriate place to hunt.
Okay. And does a person like this that may be set out, I don't know, let's say out in the terrain, way far out there, would a person wearing these type of clothes blend into the terrain?
He could blend into the terrain, yes.
Okay. I mean, obviously, if you're in front of someone, you're going to see it, right?
Correct.
But what if they were more than a half a mile out? Would it be harder to tell this person's there?
That is correct.
And that makes your job harder also, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. a minute, Your Honor. What was the lady in the house's demeanor? Could you tell?
The lady was calm as well, not agitated. She appeared to be safe. She didn't look hurt or injured.
Did she seem concerned?
I would call it a little concern, yes, especially pointing the direction where her husband had taken off to.
And you got information somewhere in this case where you, and did this come from Mr. Kelly, that he heard a shot after he saw them?
Yes,
So we knew there was gunfire, correct?
I never heard the gunfire, but that's what the call came as, and that's what Mr. Kelly stated.
Okay, so we knew, based on your information, there was a gunshot based on the facts.
Based on what they told me, I
Right.
assumed there had been,
I get it, you're not an eyewitness.
Correct.
Right? Okay, you're a responder, I get
Correct.
that.
Mhm.
But taking the facts that someone called in, there were shots, and confirmed by two different people, there's no reason to doubt it, was there?
no,
So we have one shot, because he said he heard a shot,
that
right?
is correct.
So a shot usually reflects singular, correct?
Single gunshot. Correct.
Not a few, not a lot, but heard, or shots, plural, but a shot,
A
correct?
shot, correct, a gunshot.
And were you aware there was one shot in the victim's body that was found later? Did you learn that?
I do not know anything about it.
I asked if you learned it.
I'm not aware. I haven't learned anything.
Okay, thank you. So when you said that he never said he discharged, did you ask him?
No, I didn't ask.
When you talked about was shot at versus didn't know where the shot was, it was close enough for them to be real, correct?
Correct. If they're
This-
stating they heard it, yeah, it must have been close.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a shot off the distance. We don't call about that, right? We don't know if it's hunting or other things, right?
That is correct.
Could be a rancher that saw a rattlesnake 2 miles away and you hear that echo. That's not concerning, is it?
It could be, or it could be not. It depends.
Yes, not out in the ranches though, right? I mean, it's not like it's a residential suburbia area.
Again, like I can't, it'll be speculating to that, but yeah, could be good or it could be bad.
Houses are nowhere near, they're not butting up to this property or this home, is it?
No,
There's a lot of land all around here, right?
Yeah. yes,
And are you aware that Mr. Kelly owns over 100 acres?
no, I'm not aware of that.
But if you look around, it's hard to see, you can't even see houses really for that matter, can you?
Not really.
Okay. But whatever the shot was concerning, and seeing people running by with backpacks and rifles means it had to be visual, it had to be close enough to see it, right?
Correct.
Well, he can answer if he knows.
And he did. The answer was right, correct?
Correct.
Okay. If people were out in the terrain mile away, wearing the type of clothing you just saw in the photo, that would be very difficult in this terrain to see, wouldn't it be?
Correct.
But if something's real close that you can get a feel that 5 to 7 people or whatever amount of people running by, that means these people had to be close enough to observe, correct?
Correct.
And depending where the homeowners were, that would be able to be considered on what distance from that location they were, correct?
Correct.
Okay, because you don't know if they were in the house or outside yet. You don't have that info.
I do not.
Okay. So people that appear to be illegals from from their attire, some running and shooting on their property, and trespassing are all crimes, correct?
Yes,
And doesn't that make Mr. Kelly and his wife potentially a victim?
potentially, yes.
Council, I think it's a good time to take our mid-morning recess. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a 30-minute recess. It's 20 to 10. We'll be back in court. Please be in the jury room ready to go at 10 after 10. On recess.
Rise before
would be your interpretation, right?
Correct.
The fact that the gun was lowered, not raised up in any kind of assaultive handling of the rifle, also shows his relaxed state of mind.
Correct.
And I mean, he wasn't being nervous.
Can I correct
Yes.
myself about the state of mind? I wouldn't know anything about the state of mind, but his demeanor seemed to appear relaxed to me.
Okay. And we could use the word demeanor. His demeanor did not seem nervous at this time.
It did not.
Like if he shot someone and was scared about it, you would expect someone to be nervous, right?
In my opinion, I would expect somebody to be nervous, shaken up, visibly upset.
Now, you mentioned those officers, a good handful of officers. I don't think you counted them, but you reflected it as being how many, around 7, 8?
Approximately 7.
Okay. And we won't hold you exactly because I don't think you were necessarily responsible for that area of the search, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, but you observed quite a few, a good handful or more of law enforcement, which you believe were sheriffs, correct?
Correct.
Combing out a area or a field that we saw you draw lines out, correct?
Correct.
And they were spread out like a search should be conducted, right?
Correct.
And you learned how to do those kind of searches, right?
Correct.
And so you spread out so many feet apart, that way, and you proceed forward, so that way you could all cover as much area, but be as thorough as possible, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever learn later that that area that the search you observed was the same area that a body was found?
I learned that a body was found. I do not know the exact location, how he was found, or whom found it.
So you never heard it was the same area that law enforcement combed over? You never heard that?
Well, it was a general area, but yeah, that's what I heard, general area.
I know that even though you didn't respond later, a lot of times there's a lot of communications because you were involved in this case. You had a part of this case, correct?
Correct.
Now, there was mention of running these subjects, running by or with backpacks and long arms, right?
Correct.
So I know you don't know exactly where everyone is when they observed it, and I heard that. But if these subjects were running, something was causing them to run, most likely, correct?
Most likely, yes.
I mean, unless you just like to run with all that heavy equipment, guns, things that might have been on the person, running away from something is not uncommon, correct?
Can you rephrase that question again, please?
It's very well likely that this group that was running could have been running away from something.
That is correct.
I will pass the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. So let's start back to the area that y'all searched. Now, you talked about originally doing just a little perimeter search, is that right?
That is correct.
And then after that perimeter search, all split up, correct?
Correct. We all fanned out in different directions.
And you all headed south, is that right?
Correct.
And when you headed south, were you observing where the sheriff's department officers went?
Not precisely. I had a general idea. They were to my east for situational awareness purposes and safety, but not exactly where they were.
So you know they headed east, but you don't know specifically where.
I do not.
So if we wanted to know where the sheriff's department officers searched, we'd have to ask them. Is that fair?
That is fair.
Now I want to break it down a little bit on the timing. because I think you corrected me that you got dispatched at 2:40, is that right?
That is correct. That's when the call came through.
And I thought that's the time that you arrived, but that's the time you were actually dispatched.
Correct.
So if this call actually initially came in at 2:30, it would have been 10 minutes later before y'all were dispatched.
Correct.
And then you said it took you 15 minutes to get there.
Approximately.
Object leading.
It's foundational.
And so that would put you there about 2:55?
Correct.
And then you waited there for the other officers to get there. How long do you think you waited?
After I went to the front of the house, came back. 7 to 10 minutes, possibly.
So we're talking a little bit after 3, is that right?
Yes.
So a little after 3, then you all get there and you do that initial perimeter search. How long do you think that initial perimeter search took you?
Approximately 10 minutes.
So now we're talking about 3:10, is that fair?
That's fair.
And then when you finished that initial perimeter search, you all headed south.
Correct.
And how far do you think you hiked south of the house?
I would like to say about a quarter of a mile.
How long
Yes.
do you think that took you?
About 10, 15 minutes, possibly.
So now we're talking 3:20, 3:25, is that right?
That is correct.
So that would have been almost an hour after the original call that you finally found Mr. Kelly.
Correct.
Now, you said you thought there were 7 sheriff's department officers. Do you know that for certain, or is that a guess on your part?
That is a guess on my part. That's approximately.
So if the officers say there were a different number of them, would you dispute that?
I would not.
So the defense is asking you to speculate about what the defendant may or may not have done an hour before you made contact with him. Is that what your understanding was of their question? About what was causing his demeanor at that time?
Correct.
And it's been an hour. Is there any way that you can know what caused Mr. Kelly to be calm at the time that you observed him?
Of course not, no.
The defense also asked you to speculate whether Mr. Kelly's response to this incident would have been reasonable or not. Is that what your understanding is of what they asked you?
Yes.
What that is based on is entirely on what Mr. and Mrs. Kelly said to you, though. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So you wouldn't know whether this is reasonable or not unless you actually observed what happened, correct?
Well, correct.
Now, the judge has asked you to, allowed you to testify to some issues on expert testimony. And so I want to ask you a few things about your specific expertise.
Correct.
Now, in the years leading up to this arrest, and to this incident in January of 2023, can you tell me how long it had been since you had a narcotics arrest in the Keno Springs area?
Narcotics arrest, at least approximately 2 years before the incident. Was probably the last time I had a narcotics seizure in that area.
And the defense, what are the majority of the arrests in that area?
In those 2 years prior to the incident, mostly just regular groups of illegal migrants.
When you arrest migrants, do they have weapons generally?
Generally, they do not.
Can you tell me the last time you saw an AK-47 prior to January 30th of 2023 in the Keno Springs area?
Personally, I haven't seen an AK-47 in that area,
Ever?
ever, not me.
Are you familiar with any rip crews in the Keno Springs area?
No,
What's the last rip crew that you're familiar with in Santa Cruz County?
the time Agent Terry was shot and killed,
And when was that?
approximately 2010.
So it's been 13 years before the crime, or before this crime, that you are aware of a rip crew in Santa Cruz County.
Personally, you weren't correct.
Now, the defense asked you about the arroyos and some of the roads that lead down to the border wall. So if we could go back to that. And I want to go back to Exhibit 114. Actually, I think it's Exhibit 115. I corrected the numbers on the slides, so. Exhibit 115. Your Honor, could we publish that?
Submitted.
Yes. Okay. Everybody can see that? So let's talk a little bit about the arroyos that run through the Kelly property. Defense asked you a bit about them. I think you highlighted those with yellow before, is that right?
That's right.
Those arroyos or washes, do they go first to the east to the National Forest?
It depends, but yeah, they branch out from the National Forest coming down, I believe.
So they go from this road here, I'm trying to figure out from the road, the Kelly's driveway. It branches sort of east and north, a little bit to the north, is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
And the one that goes east and north, does it go off the Kelly property
It does.
and onto the National Forest?
It does.
And is there a border patrol road along where this wash comes out in the National Forest?
It could be, I would need to look at the map, but it could be leading up to where the fence is, or
Is there a border patrol road that goes
there is a border patrol road.
along the east of the Kelly property, south to the border?
Yes,
And then you can see that the wash also goes sort of southwesterly, is that right?
that is correct.
And are there also border patrol roads that go towards the border in that direction?
Well, I wouldn't say they're called border patrol roads, they're forest, national forest roads, but yeah, there should be some roads intersecting those washes.
They're actually Forest Service roads, right?
Forest Service roads, correct?
Okay, I meant to say that you all use them though, correctly?
Yes, that is correct.
And so that wash actually empties onto another road as well, correct?
Yes,
And that road does that road sort of cut along the bottom of the border wall?
yes.
Now, defense asked you a little bit about the bundles that Mr. Kelly talked about with you. Could you describe for the jury what those bundles that he was describing to you look like?
Usually mules, as I stated earlier, the people carrying bundles of narcotics on their backs. They're usually big square bundles, half of the size of my torso or bigger, usually wrapped in burlap, and they're heavy.
And did Mr. Kelly describe the bundle to you, or did he just say bundles?
He just said bundles.
Can you tell the jury, have you also seen like a woodland camo backpack?
Yes, usually migrants, regular migrants, use backpacks, kind of like school backpacks, the size of school backpacks. But they're imprinted with that woodland camel, kind of like the ones that hunters use with the leaf imprints. Green in color, brown in color, yes.
And when you see those woodland camo backpacks, do you generally see those with migrants or with narcotics?
With migrants.
Fanny packs. Do you see fanny packs sometimes?
I have seen fanny packs, correct.
Who do you generally see the fanny packs on?
Me personally, I see them usually on females. I have seen them on males, but the majority of the time females will use the fanny packs.
And when you see them on males, what's the situation generally?
It depends,
Could be anything.
could be anything.
Could be migrants, could be narcotics, could be anything.
Could be scouts, could be anything, yes, correct.
Radios. Who do you generally see radios on?
Radios, we see them on scouts, people that are leading the groups, but we have seen them on aliens as well, so it depends.
So sometimes you actually see them on an alien, not just a scout.
Correct.
And when you see them on folks you term scouts, that could be for migrants or for narcotics.
That is correct. Could be for both.
And is that also true for binoculars?
Correct.
But you also see those binoculars on other folks as well.
Correct.
You see them on bird watchers?
Bird watchers, hunters.
The photo that the defense showed you, do you have any idea what that photograph depicts?
The photo of the person that was perched up on him, like I stated, it could be a scout, it could be a hunter. I wouldn't be able to really tell what he was.
You couldn't see a weapon in that, correct?
No.
And you have no idea when that photo was taken or who it is of?
I have no clue.
So I want to make sure I understand exactly how far away the Washington camp area is from this location. You said you think it's 3 to 4 miles away, is that right?
Approximately, that's my thought, yes.
And you talked about how that might be a potential load-up area for narcotics. Is it also a load-up area for migrants?
Yes.
I wanted to ask you a little bit about the location of the Kelly property. Now, the Kelly's house is actually to the far north of their acreage, correct?
What was the other landmark? I'm sorry.
Of that parcel, that 170 acre parcel, they're right at the edge of where their fence line is, right? You talked about where their gate is.
Yes.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. He testified before he wasn't that familiar with this area, and so I don't believe he has personal knowledge.
Well, objection sustained as to, the first question you asked was it close to the border of the Kelly's property? There's no foundation that knows what the outlines of their property are. But then you re-asked the question about whether they're not, how close they are to the fence line. So just re-ask the question,
Sure.
something for which there may be foundation.
You know where the Kelly's fence line is, correct?
The front gate, yes. I don't know the whole property, yes.
But the fence line and the front gate.
The
you know
front
where
gate, I know where it is.
And that's pretty close to the Kelly residence, correct?
That is correct.
Because you hopped that wall and we saw that on the map.
I hopped that fence, correct?
And what's just to the north of the Kelly property?
It's just open fields and a road.
And just to the north of that?
Should be Keno Springs, the road.
And-
that is a residential neighborhood.
And are there a number of houses in the Keno Springs residential neighborhood?
Yes, quite a number of houses.
And it's not, is it that far north of the Kelly property? The road's about a mile, but how far north of are the residences?
About a mile
And-
from the property, yes.
Okay. Do you know what a Normandy barrier is?
I do.
Could you describe that for the jury?
At the end of our area of operations, or the end, let me rephrase it, at the end of the fence, the bollard fence, where it ends, where it stops, there's these sort of barriers put in place. They're steel barriers made out of steel sections of rail that resemble the Normandy barriers used in France during World War II that were put in place on the beaches by the Germans. That's why they're called Normandy barriers. So once the fence ends, we have this section of Normandy barriers to prevent vehicles from driving into the United States with, illegal narcotics or weapons.
So is that just basically big crisscrosses of metal?
That is correct.
And is that, you said it's past where the border wall ends, is that to the east of the border wall?
That's to the east of the border wall, correct?
So would that be in the area where the national forest is?
Yes,
And that's east of Keno Springs?
yes.
I think that's all I have. Thank you, Agent.
Thank you.
Any question or other questions for this witness from the jurors? I see none. Very well, sir. Thank you. You may step down. You're on. State calls next week.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Deputy Monreal. Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry, Your Honor. The state calls Gary Wisdom.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you, sir. If you would please come over here. Have a seat.
Good morning, Mr. Wisdom. Can you please state your name for the record?
Gary Wisdom.
And I think the common spelling, but can you spell your name for the court?
So, I've got some different speakers up here, so it's very difficult for me to know whether or not you're hearing it or not. So if you have a problem, you gotta let me know. Otherwise, sorry.
Mr. Wisdom, can you just spell your last name for the court?
Wisdom.
Good morning, Mr. Wisdom. Can you just also then briefly introduce yourself to the jury?
My name's Gary Wisdom.
And how long are you a resident of Santa Cruz County?
Yes.
What part of Santa Cruz County? Don't give me the address, but what part of Santa Cruz County do you live?
East side.
East side?
Mhm.
Are you familiar with Mr. Kelly's residence?
Yes.
Where are you in proximity to Mr. Kelly's residence?
I live on North River Road.
For us, where is that in direction to Mr.
That's,
Kelly's?
south of the Little Red Schoolhouse.
Well, I don't think anyone here knows where the Red Schoolhouse is, so are you to the west, to the east, or north of Mr. Kelly?
To the north,
To the north, in Keno Springs?
no, North River Road.
Okay. Close by, how, as a crow flies, how far are you away from Mr. Kelly's residence?
Oh, probably about 6 miles.
6 miles. And how long have you lived here in Santa Cruz County?
I was born and raised here.
Born and raised in Santa Cruz. And what did you do for a living?
I worked with a utility company for a few years. And then I went to work for the golf course in Keno Springs.
And then, are you still working for the golf course?
No,
And
I
are you-
do, sometimes I do things for them, but not very often.
And what do you do now to keep your days busy?
Take care of my cattle,
And how many head of cattle do you have?
about 36 head,
36? Calving season about to start?
yes.
Have you always had 36?
No, I had more than that at one time. I got rid of some, because we didn't have any rains last summer.
Rain dictates how many cattle you keep on hand, right?
Yes,
And that's for the vegetation in the area?
right,
Are you free range? You allow your cows to go wherever?
free range.
And do you ask other neighbors to allow your cows to graze on their property?
No.
No.
I lease from Keno Springs.
You lease from Keno Springs, okay. And obviously you know Mr. Kelly?
Yes,
How long have you known Mr. Kelly?
20 plus years,
A long time.
quite a while.
When I say no, are you acquaintances or are you friends?
Well, we've been friends.
Like friends, like you see him every week, talk to
No,
each other?
no. No, I've known him for about 20 plus years.
Okay, and I'm just gonna jump forward to, were you in Santa Cruz County around January 30th of last year?
Yes,
I don't want to talk about what you may have heard, but you're aware of what happened on January 30th, right?
yes,
You know what happened or allegedly happened, right?
right.
Did you speak to anyone? Did you speak to anyone, either Mr. Kelly or Mrs. Kelly, after January 30th?
Yes,
Who did you speak with?
Mrs. Kelly.
And did Ms. Kelly indicate to you anything about January 30th?
Objection here, sir.
I'm asking if she.
Yes or no, so yes or no, you can answer yes.
Could you repeat that question?
Did Ms. Kelly indicate to you anything about the event of January 30th? Just as a yes or no, Mr. Wisdom.
Yes,
Did you have conversations with Mr. Kelly?
yes.
Your Honor, I'm asked to go on to the.
It's gonna take a little longer than I expected. I'm gonna excuse the jury. I'll stay here in the courtroom with the lawyers and we'll work on this issue. I'll have the bailiff take you out. So please stick around. Don't go too far away. Shouldn't take too long. We're gonna see. All right, in our sidebar conversation, not getting a very specific statement about what this witness would say, or what's anticipated he would say. So let's do a little trial run on that. Let's see where it goes.
Sure.
So we're gonna ask some questions. This is like a trial run. Again, there's no right or wrong answers. It's just honest answers, right? So just give an honest answer. We're just gonna do a little trial run so I can hear what the nature of this testimony is. All right, go ahead.
And just know, I reviewed the transcript, so I will correct myself a little bit. Mr. Wisdom, did you have a conversation with Mr. Kelly about prior instances of people on his property?
Yes.
And do you remember how long ago that was?
2 years.
2 years ago? And I think your transcript indicates 2 to 3 years ago. Would that be about right?
Yes.
And that conversation was about what?
Yeah, he had called me up and told me that there was a group of heading back into Mexico. He had fired a shot up in the air. And told me I should probably go check my fences and make sure they didn't get cut.
And did you tell him anything about being careful about that?
Yes, I did.
Tell the court what you mean by be careful about that.
For shooting, up in the air. Could be dangerous for him.
And did he ever indicate to you that he patrolled his area with an AK-47? He never told you that? We'll withdraw that kind of question, Your Honor. That won't be asked, but the first part clearly is 404B. We motioned this in a pretrial motion. This is clearly indicative of a pattern by the defendant here. This eerily relates to this incident, shooting at people heading south on his property. Shooting in the air, shooting his weapon in the air, similar to what's going on here.
And Judge, I think we already pretty extensively briefed the issue, so we're just sticking with our objection.
We'll say it again here in open court.
It's very long ago in time that this is alleged to have taken place. It's not clear, we can tell from the witness that he had a conversation with Mr. Kelly about this. It's not clear when the incident actually took place that Mr. Kelly is allegedly talking about. And it's not clear again how many shots, it's not clear if people were armed or not armed. And this witness just doesn't know. There's insufficient information for that to be probative. And we think the prejudicial effect outweighs the probative value of that evidence, and that it could be used as propensity, which is not permissible. So for those reasons, we object.
So, thank you. It's unclear to the court what the foundation is, or if there's foundation as to not when the telephone call occurred or the conversation occurred, but when the subject alleged incident. That's important to the court's analysis on the floor.
Well, let me ask, Mr. Wisdom, did Mr. Kelly give you any indication of when this happened in time?
I don't know if it happened that day.
Was it close in proximate time to when he called you?
Yes.
So it was close in time to the phone call?
Right.
And I don't think there's foundation for that. I think the witness is being agreeable, but how does he?
Want to argue the witness?
Sure. You're saying that you and Mr. Kelly had a conversation, and that was what you said, that conversation took place 2 or 3 years ago, is that what you said?
Yes.
And in the conversation, Mr. Kelly told you something about firing a weapon into the air, right?
Right.
Did he tell you when he fired that weapon into the air?
No.
Did he give you any information about when that took place at all?
No. I think it was that day he called me.
What you think it was that day? Did
Right.
Mr. Kelly tell you it was that day?
Well, I figured it was that day because he told me to go check my fences to make sure they didn't get cut.
So that's the only reason you had to believe that that took place on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Just a minute, Your Honor.
I think we got the information.
Anything else? And clearly, Your Honor, he's indicating the time, proximity, when he received the phone call. Mr. Kelly tells him to go check his fence line, so that gives you also an inference that happened on that day, hence the phone call to Mr. Wisdom.
All right, this issue is governed by Rule 404B of the Arizona Rules of Evidence, which provides that subsection 1, except as otherwise provided in Rule 404C, evidence of other crimes, wrongs, or acts is not admissible to prove the character of a person in order to show action in conformity therewith. Subsection 2, permitted uses. This evidence, however, may be admissible for other purposes such as proof of motive, opportunity, intent, preparation, plan, knowledge, identity, or absence of mistake or accident. The court is mindful that we've had hearings on these conversations and related conversations, some of which are memorialized in text messages. And I've ruled on the text messages. I've ruled that some of those text messages are admissible, but I did it on the basis primarily that it showed preparation by the defendant for what is alleged to have occurred in this case. And all those text messages that the court will allow to be introduced with proper foundation were very proximate in time to the alleged event in this case, within days or within, I think, 30 days or so, probably less. The court would admit those text messages on the basis that it would tend to show and be probative of the defendant's preparation for the events that occurred, but also mindful, of course, of Rule 403. These incidents are alleged to have occurred about 2 or 3 years prior to this alleged incident. So the basis upon which the court admitted those other text messages is not present here. It can't show preparation for this. It doesn't tend to strongly show preparation for what's alleged to have occurred here because it happened 2 or 3 years prior. It's prejudicial in that it really, what it tends to show, what the court infers it is being offered to show, is that this defendant has a propensity for violence and willing to use violence on his property, even if it's just a warning. Also, under Rule 403, the court excludes this evidence, finding that its probative value, which is minimal given the lack of proximity in time to the events that occurred. The court may exclude relevant evidence if its probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of one or more of the following: unfair prejudice, confusing the issues, misleading the jury, undue delay, wasting time, and needlessly presenting cumulative evidence. I think this evidence would tend to be used by the jury to show, if they would use it for such, but they would use it to try to infer that Mr. Kelly has a certain propensity for being willing to use violence in this situation. So that's an improper use. I appreciate very much, Mr. Jennings, bringing this to the court's attention out of the presence of the jury. But for that reason, the objection is sustained. We can bring back the jury.
Rise, por favor.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please have a seat. We resolved the issue. We're ready to go forward. Mr. Jetty, whenever you're ready to continue.
Mr. Wisdom, I think I forgot to ask you, how big is your property?
About maybe 2,000 acres.
Do you have, it's a big piece of property, do you have any hands, any help?
I have friends that help me out.
Okay, and that's for your 36 cows, great, 36 head graze is on your 2,000 acres.
Yes,
Let me ask you, do you patrol your area? Do you walk your 2,000 acres?
No.
ATV, horseback?
I used to ride on horseback.
Do you go out on your property though, often?
Yes,
And do you carry any weapons when you go out?
No.
You don't carry any guns?
yes, sir.
Are you afraid?
I just don't take them with me.
And this is always a personal question, Mr. Wisdom, but can I just ask you how old you are?
73.
73. And in your time, have you always owned that 2,000 acres? I mean,
I don't own it, I lease it,
lease it. And how long have you been in that area leasing 2,000 acres?
19 years.
19 years. And do you see a lot of people coming on your property?
No, not usually.
I'm talking about migrants from Mexico.
No, I used to see them quite often, not so much anymore.
When did that stop? Do you know?
I don't know.
Okay. And when they came on your property, were you afraid?
I just go the other way.
Go the other way?
Um,
Do you call in, you report it?
Pardon?
Do you report it, seeing people on your property?
I have
And you report that to which agency?
Border Patrol.
Border Patrol. Have you ever used a weapon to scare anyone off your property?
No,
Why wouldn't you do that?
why would I?
Why wouldn't you?
Objection relevant.
That's all the questions I have, right?
Cross-examination.
You lease property that is, can you hear me okay?
Yes,
Okay. The property that you lease, is that at least some of it adjacent to Mr. Kelly's property?
yes,
And you've known Mr. Kelly and you've known him for a long time, right?
yes,
And you've known his wife Wanda for a long time also, right?
yes.
Okay. And does Mr. Kelly sometimes contact you to let you know that fences have been cut?
No, not usually. No,
Does he sometimes let you know that fences have been cut?
no,
He doesn't let you know about fences being cut?
no.
Okay. Have your fences ever been cut?
Oh, yes.
How frequently? Is that something that happens pretty often out there?
It used to happen more than it does now.
Okay. And when your fences do get cut, that can cause problems because your cattle can get out, right?
Right.
And then you have to go out and make repairs to your fences, correct? And so is it pretty standard for you to check on your fences pretty regularly?
Usually if I see some cows that are out, that are up there in the village in Keno Springs, then I go check to see where they came to.
Okay. And it wouldn't be unusual for somebody, maybe who has a smaller piece of property, to go check on fences pretty regularly, right?
Yes,
To make sure that they haven't been cut, right?
right.
And I think we want to just make it clear, you don't live on this property that you're leasing, is that
No.
correct?
No.
So Mr. Kelly lives out there, right?
Yes,
You lease property that's adjacent to Mr. Kelly, right?
yes,
And you live somewhere else, right?
right.
Do you live near Keno Springs or more near Rio Rico?
Keno Springs,
Keno Springs, but near the Little Red Schoolhouse?
right.
Okay. Have you ever seen people on your property, illegal aliens on your property? That's something you've seen, correct?
Yes,
And I'm assuming most of the people you see probably don't have weapons, correct?
I've seen them with weapons.
Most of them probably don't, right?
Yeah,
You have seen people with weapons, correct?
yes,
How often have you seen people with weapons on your property?
several times.
Several times. How big of a group did you see on your property on those several times when you saw people with weapons?
How big of a what?
Of a group, how many people did you see?
Oh, it could be 3 to 10 to 12 people.
You've seen groups from 3 to 10 to 12 people on your property?
Yes.
And those groups that you've observed, you've seen some of those people to be carrying weapons?
Yes, I've seen weapons.
What kind of weapons did you see, if you
I
can
don't know
tell?
what they were.
Were they rifles or handguns?
Rifles,
Rifles? And you've seen that on at least 3 different occasions?
yes.
Okay. Did you observe anything else about these groups who were carrying rifles on your property?
No,
Were they carrying anything else?
they had backpacks.
Were they large backpacks?
Yes.
Okay. And were these men in these groups that you observed?
Pardon me?
Men you saw in the groups?
Men?
Were they men?
Yes.
Okay.
I figured they were probably carrying drugs.
And why did you figure they were probably carrying drugs?
They wouldn't have no other reason to be going through there,
Right?
carrying backpacks.
Were they wearing camouflage? Do you recall?
I've seen them camouflaged, but most of the time dressed in black.
You normally see groups dressed in black when you see people carrying rifles. Could you tell, and if you can't tell, let us know, but were you able to tell how many members in the group had rifles? Was it all of them, some of them, or something different?
I don't think all of them are carrying rifles.
You don't think all of them carried rifles?
Like I said, if I saw them like that, I'd turn around and go a different direction.
Makes sense. Those groups, when you did have those several encounters that you're talking about, were you out by yourself on that property?
Yes,
In a vehicle or on foot or on horseback?
vehicle
Vehicle?
and on horseback.
So on different occasions, you've been out there either in a vehicle or on horseback, and you've seen groups of armed men.
That's what he said before. So he didn't repeat it. Just ask
Sorry.
another question.
When you say they're wearing black, were all members of the group wearing black to your recollection?
That I can remember, yes.
Okay. Did you report these instances to Border Patrol?
Yes,
Those 3 instances you reported to Border Patrol?
Right.
Do you recall how quickly Border Patrol was able to respond?
fairly quickly,
How quick is fairly quickly?
within 10, 15, 20 minutes.
Okay, so 10 to 20 minutes. Were they able to apprehend any of these people as far as you are aware?
I'm not aware if they apprehended them.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
Be direct.
Mr. Wisdom, you talked about backpacks. You saw backpacks. How far back in time was that? How long ago?
It's been a couple of years.
A little while ago, right?
Yeah,
When we're talking about backpacks, we talking about the ones that kids wear to school, or are we talking about a different size backpack?
bigger backpacks.
Can you like describe what a backpack that looks like?
I'd say it's probably about 2 feet long, maybe a couple of feet wide.
Pretty substantial.
Yeah.
And you said the people that you saw with those kind of backpacks, and some of them had weapons. I think that was your testimony. They were all wearing black.
Yes,
I didn't ask you this, but Do you see Mr. Kelly in the courtroom today?
Yes,
Where is he sitting?
over there behind you.
Behind me, right behind me? Is he sitting at defense counsel table?
Yes.
Your Honor, can the record reflect the witnesses identified Mr. Kelly?
So ordered.
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any questions for this witness from any of yours? Seeing none, will this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Rizzi, you're excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State and cause next witness.
State calls Deputy Monreal.
Please, sir, step up.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could I have that? Good morning. Could you please tell the jury your full name and spell your last name for the court reporter?
Good morning. My first name is David. Last name is Monreal, Monreal. Additional Fabian, Fabian.
And are you a deputy with the Santa Cruz County Sheriff's Department?
Yes, I'm a deputy with the Santa Cruz County Sheriff's Office. My badge number is 191.
And Deputy Monreal, how long have you been with the Sheriff's Department?
I've been employed with the Sheriff's Office for over 6 years.
And could you tell us, have you spent your whole career at the Sheriff's Department?
My whole career has been with the Sheriff's Department. It's been 5 years, consisted of a detention center. I did 5 years, and the year and a half approximately has been with the deputy side.
So you were a detention officer in our jail here for 5 years, and then for a year and a half, you've been a deputy.
Yes, correct.
Could you just tell the jury a little bit about your training and experience?
My training experience, when I started at detention, it was back in 2017, June 24th. I went to the academy, which is Coda Academy, Tucson, graduated from the academy. I then spent those 5 years at the detention center where I was going to trainings, various trainings on how to deal with inmates, interact with people. Then was also a supervisor in the year of 2019. I became a corporal supervisor where I would have more training. I was sent to trainings where how to communicate with staff. Then after that, I became an interim sergeant for the year of 2021. After that, I went to the academy for the deputy patrol side. I went to the academy in 2022. I went to the academy of June 25th. July 25th of 2022, I went to the academy in Cochise County, where I graduated December 8th of 2022, where various trainings from defensive tactics, interacting with people, domestic violence, how to interact, how to talk. And from there, the training, when I graduated, I was placed in a 3-month training here at the Sheriff's Office with different trainers, where it became 2 weeks, 4 weeks, 4 weeks, and then 2 weeks as well. I was trained by 3 different officers during the course when this incident happened.
Was your training complete, or were you still on training at the time of this incident?
I was still in training. It was my phase 3. It was phase 3 approximate. I was in the streets 7 to 8 weeks. I was still in training. I 7 to 8.
And so on January 30th of 2023, who was your field training officer?
My field training officer was Deputy Arlette Cabrera, batch number 139.
And when you're on your field training, does that deputy, that field training officer, do they shadow you the whole time?
The whole time, she's always next to me. I cannot leave her side. If there's a call I'm responding to, she's next to me. I cannot leave her side. She's always there too.
And were you riding together in a vehicle?
Yes, we're riding together.
Now, on January 30th of 2023, did you and your field training officer get dispatched to a call?
Yes, we did.
And was that at 100 Willow Cross Circle?
Yes, correct.
Do you know what time you were dispatched to that call?
Call came out approximately 14:47 hours.
And what time is that in non-military regular people time?
2:47 p.m.
So you got dispatched at 2:47. Do you know where y'all were when you got dispatched?
We're here at the sheriff's office, 2170 North Congress Drive.
And when the call was dispatched, there are calls that you go to that you turn on your lights and sirens, and then there are calls that you don't turn on your lights and sirens. Can you tell us what the difference is?
Correct, excuse me. The difference is our dispatch could dispatch to any call such as we need assistance here, keep the peace. It could be any call that is thrown over the radio, and we'll just respond normal traffic, driving normally. But when there is an emergency alert tone, it's an approximate 2 to 3 second sound, which is kind of, you can't forget that sound, a little beep in the radio. And it makes me just, remain silent, listen to the radio, pay attention what they're gonna tell you and what's going on. Once we hear that and we know where we're going, we activate our lights and sirens. And that's usually when we also drive over the speed limit, just pay attention to traffic and what's going on and go to that emergency.
So was this a toned out call or was this a regular call?
It was a tone-out call.
And so when you got the call, I'm assuming you turned on your lights and sirens and sped to the location, is that right?
That's correct. Yes.
All right. Were you driving or was Deputy Cabrera?
I was driving.
And when you got toned out to the call, how long do you think it took you to get out there to Keno Springs?
Do not recall, but approximately at least 20, 30 minutes from here from the sheriff's.
When you got there, what did you observe?
I arrived there. What I observed first was 2 Border Patrol agents standing at the gate.
Were you and Deputy Cabrera the first Sheriff's Department officers to respond?
Yes, correct. Also, as well was Sergeant Julia Garcia, batch number 130, and as well Deputy Cristobal Castaneda, batch number 144.
Did they arrive at a similar time to you, or, were you together? How did that work out, if you remember?
They were right behind us.
Were there any other deputies other than the 4 of you?
No.
When the 4 of you arrived and you saw the Border Patrol agents, where were the Border Patrol agents stationed when you got there?
When we got there, they were right at the gate of the entrance of the residence.
Were they on the inside or outside?
They were outside the residence gate.
So not on the property, just outside the property?
That's correct, outside the property.
Once you arrived and you saw them there, what did y'all do?
Once we arrived, first of all, we came out of our units with our long rifles. All of our deputies had our AR rifles, which is issued by the county.
Why'd you have your rifles?
We had our rifles due to the fact the call came out that there were shots fired in the area. We were not knowing what was really going on other than shots fired in the area.
So anytime there's a shots fired call, that's how you're gonna respond with your rifles?
Yes.
Do you take those kind of calls seriously?
Yes.
Do you get those calls a lot?
No,
You don't get shots fired calls very often?
it's not very often since I've been out here.
And when you got out of the vehicle with your rifles, what'd you do with the Border Patrol agents?
I approached the Border Patrol agents and they briefed me a little bit of what was going on, what they knew about.
And after you had that briefing, what'd y'all do?
After we had that briefing, that's when we decided to try and search the area.
When you say search the area, what were you looking for?
We're looking at the point, at that time, we're looking for any threats and as well for Mr. Kelly, due to the fact that Border Patrol agents had told us he had left, searching for himself.
So there's something called a security sweep and then there's an actual search. Would you describe this as a security sweep or a search at this point?
It was a search, basically,
A search, what are you looking for?
just looking for any subjects that have weapons, because at the time, Border Patrol had told us there were armed subjects.
So isn't that what a security sweep is? Aren't you looking for
I
a
object to leaving.
danger?
Then we were looking,
Let me ask it again.
His objection is to stay in the
Sure.
subject.
I'll ask it in a different way. A security sweep, what does a security sweep entail?
well, security sweep tells, basically look around as much as we can, see where we're trying to, look. We're not looking under every rock, basically, or moving every pebble we could find on the floor.
Okay, but what are you looking for?
We're looking for any threat, any immediate threat, since there were shots fired, we're looking for someone.
So this, what you referred to as a search, were you looking under every rock when you were doing this, what you referred to as a search?
We're looking as much where someone could hide or be or place themselves as a human being could hide behind or move around.
And were you looking for them for a reason?
We're looking for the reason of just shots fired and as the reason of they were possibly armed.
Okay. Did you describe this in your report in some way?
The search,
Yes.
I don't recall if I described it. I do believe I put a cursory search of the area.
Cursory search? Is that how you would describe it, as a cursory search?
Yes.
Can you tell me, I'm going to show you what's been admitted. Sure I get the number right. As Exhibit 114. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
This has already been admitted. Can we publish, Your Honor? Not coming up. Oh, it's over there, but just not up here? Okay, oh, good, all right. Sorry, I was waiting for that to come up on the TV screen over here, so pardon me. So can I go on? Thank you. So, can you tell us what we're looking at in State's Exhibit 114?
This we're looking at a basically Google map picture from the residence.
And when you say the residence, is that the Kelly residence?
Yes, correct.
And I'm gonna zoom it in just a little bit. Do you see on this map the area where you came in through the gate?
Yes, correct.
And can you show us, if you touch on the screen in the upper left-hand corner with that stylus that's in front of you, if you touch the upper right-hand corner, it'll give you a color. And then if you circle the area where the gates are located. Just to the north of that area on the map, do you see a different, something in that area? Is it possible that the gates are a little bit further north?
Yes,
So if, let me just undo that for you. Can you circle now where the gates are located? What did you do when you chatted with Border Patrol? You said you were on the other side of the gates. How did you get into the property?
at that point, we then got off our vehicle and we opened the gate.
Okay, was the gate unlocked?
They had a chain, I believe.
And what did you do with the chain?
Just took it off, opened it, and opened the gate.
So was it just wrapped, the chain, or was it locked?
At that point, it didn't have a lock, it was just wrapped around.
Okay, and so you opened the gate at that point. Did y'all drive in?
Nope, at that point, we just started walking in.
Okay. And when you walked in, what did y'all do?
When we walked straight towards the residence through the road.
Okay, and so I see a dirt path on the map that's on the screen. Is that the dirt road you followed?
Yes, correct. It's gonna be this road here.
And what did you do after you followed the dirt road? Where did y'all go?
We went towards back of the residence, towards this side, due to the fact we couldn't find a way, the fencing it had. We're trying to way to jump the fence or go under the fence.
So there was actually a fence behind the house?
Yes, correct.
And the area where the magenta
Yes.
line is that you just drew? Okay, and what did you find as you walked along the fence line?
We were able to find, which looked like a ladder that was placed to able to jump the fence, which was located behind this structure. So ladder should be located around this area.
And when you say a ladder, could you describe what that ladder structure was like over the barbed wire fence?
Just the ladder, probably the 4 or 6 feet ladder that was placed on top of the fence. Then it had another part going down on the other side.
So it's just two regular ladders along the fence line, or is it one ladder with two pieces? Do you recall?
Do not recall.
But it was a ladder on, somehow there was a ladder structure on each side of the fence?
Correct.
And what did y'all do, were you all four together at this point?
At this point, since we were able to find that access to go over the fence, and all 4 went over the ladders, over the fence.
And how large was the area that was fenced in that area? Do you recall?
Do not recall, but
Did you search inside the fence line, or did you go outside that fence line?
we went outside the fence line. Once we jumped that ladder, we located another fence where we did have to go under the fence,
Okay, and so you actually went under the other
a
fence?
second fence.
Did y'all go together? Did you split up? What did you do when you were in this area?
Once we went under the second fence, we started to divide ourselves a little bit wider, try to divide and see what we could see. I did have to stay with Deputy Cabrera, I could not leave her side, so it was mostly 3 searching part.
So the two of you went one way and the other two deputies went off in other directions?
That's correct.
Do you know what direction you and Deputy Cabrera went?
At this point, we went more of the east and then south style this time.
Do you recall if you came to a dirt road? Did you go as far as the dirt road?
Yes.
You did. Did you go past the dirt road? Or did you just go to the dirt road?
We went down to the wash that is located down here, in this area.
Okay,
Into the wash. After the wash, we hit this dirt road.
okay. And how did you get from where you were down to the wash?
Where we were, we just started walking east to the depth of the search.
So you went east and then south?
Okay.
And do you know what the other deputies did? If you know.
Do not recall, they were to my left, so probably a little bit up more and around the same area.
They were to your left?
They're to my left, sorry.
Okay, so if you're walking east, then that would put them north of you?
A little bit, not very far.
Okay, and so you think you all hiked around down to the wash? Did you all go that direction, or did they go different directions?
That was basically most of the same direction, just a little widespread of feet apart.
Okay. And then when you came down to the wash, did you discover anything?
No, did not discover anything.
What was the brush like? Do you remember?
It was medium sized, dry, probably knee high.
If anything had been laying in the brush or hiding in the brush, would you have seen it if you were not right on top of it?
I'm object to, we.
Overall,
No, the point honestly, no, we're not searching really low.
You weren't searching low, but if someone had been hiding in it, would you have been able to see them?
No, honestly, no.
At any point, did you see any sign that there have been large groups of people through that area?
No,
Did you see any sign of anything?
not at the moment.
And then you said you hiked down into the wash. Did you see anything in the wash?
No, nothing.
And then you said you hiked over to the dirt road, is that right?
Yes,
Is that like a driveway through the Kelly property?
it's like a 2-track driveway around the property.
And what did you do when you got to that driveway?
Once we got to the driveway, we decided to go back, myself, Deputy Cabrera, decided to go back to the residence, see if we could speak with Ms. Kelly, see if she had been in contact with Mr. Kelly, either telephone or he probably made it back to the residence.
And without telling us what she said, did y'all talk to Mrs. Kelly?
Yes,
And then what did you do after you talked to Mrs. Kelly?
after we talked to Ms. Kelly, we then got back into our fully marked patrol unit, myself and Deputy Cabrera, and drove down to the 2-track we had, came walking back to the residence.
And did you encounter anyone?
Once we drove down the 2-track, later on, we encountered Sergeant Yuya Garcia.
And did Sergeant Garcia tell you that she heard something?
Yes, Sergeant Yuya Garcia stated that she had her canine down the 2-track and to make herself drive down there to see if we could locate Mr. Kelly or the canines he was with at the time.
Sergeant Garcia was your supervisor on that occasion, is that right?
Yes, she was.
And so she directed you to head on down the driveway to see if you could find the dogs and Mr. Kelly.
Yes.
And did you do that?
Yes. We did.
And what did you observe when you drove down the road?
When I started driving down the road, I then observed the Border Patrol agents walking up the dirt road along with Mr. Kelly.
Did you see anything else with Mr. Kelly?
Mr. Kelly was carrying, well, he had his canines and then he also was carrying a long rifle on his right arm.
You said his canines, his dogs, how many
Yes.
dogs?
Yeah, that I recall, I remember one. We have two.
You just recall one dog?
Yes.
Okay. And you said he was carrying something else with him? What else
Yes.
was he carrying?
He was carrying a long rifle, an AK-47.
And how was he carrying that?
He was carrying by the stock, the back part of the weapon, and the muzzle was pointing behind him.
And I see you pointing to your right shoulder. Is that the way that he was carrying it, over his right shoulder?
Yes, correct.
And did you document in your report which arm he was carrying it on?
Do not recall if I talked about which arm it was.
If I showed you a copy of your report, would that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Yeah, press your. Show me what's been marked as Stakes Exhibit 1.6. Is that a copy of your report?
Yes.
Could you take a look and see if that refreshes your recollection? that refresh your recollection?
Yes,
Did you document it?
yes, I did.
And what did you document?
Documented the long rifle was on his right arm, right side.
Did you note what the long arm was? Did you note any details about it?
The details that really stand out to me was it had an approximate 3 or 4 in length inch flashlight with an orange button. It was on the right side of the firearm, long rifle by the barrel. It was, what really standed out to me was the orange button and that it was being held with something that looked like black duct tape.
Did you notice what kind of weapon it was?
Notice it was appeared to be an AK-47.
Did you note anything about the stock or the grip?
The stock and the grip was a dark in color wood grip, handle, and stock.
And did you notice anything about the metal?
The metal you can see is worn out, a light charcoal gray color.
After you made those observations, did you talk to Mr. Kelly while you were there on the road?
Yes,
And do you see Mr. Kelly here in the courtroom?
yes.
Would you describe what he's wearing and where he's sitting for the court, please?
He's wearing a long sleeve, squared blue, light blue shirt. He's wearing a Levi's jacket, vest.
Before I move on from the weapon, did you note anything about whether the AK-47 had a strap or not?
Do not recall.
You don't remember? And when you chatted with Mr. Kelly, what is it that he told you happened that day?
He said that day when I spoke with Mr. Kelly was that he had heard a gunshot.
Did he tell you where he was, first of all?
He was standing by the kitchen island in his residence.
By his kitchen island?
Yes.
And what did he tell you he observed? Where did he observe something through?
When he was standing by the kitchen island, he observed through his living room window. He had observed those 5 subjects, possibly wearing backpacks, camouflage, and possibly carrying rifles.
Did he tell you whether they were running or walking?
That they were running south, and he had also seen his horse was running back and forth in distress.
So he said there were 5 subjects. He saw them from the kitchen through the living room window, and he saw 5 subjects running south. Does that accurately summarize that part of the statement you just told me?
Yes.
And then, did he say if he heard anything?
He did say he had heard 1 gunshot.
What did he say he saw when he heard the gunshot?
He saw all those subjects running south,
And did he see anything else with respect to his horse?
and his horse running back and forth, startled.
And did you indicate that he said his horse was in distress?
Yes.
Does that accurately summarize that part of Mr. Kelly's statement?
Yes.
What did he say he did after he made those observations?
After he made those observations, he stated he went to his front door where he has the AK-47, and he grabbed it and walked outside.
What did he say about the AK-47 and where he keeps it?
He then made the comment when he was grabbing the AK-47 of this baby's always by the door.
Okay, does that accurately summarize what Mr. Kelly told you?
Yes.
And you said that he went outside, is that right?
That's correct.
Did he tell you which door he exited?
The main, by the living room door, where the gun was.
So is that on the
It's gonna be on the
north side, the east side, south side?
south side of the residence.
So that house is sort of at an angle, right?
Right.
So the south side, is that also like southeast? The southeast patio door?
Yeah,
Let's go back to the map. So if this is north-south on the property, let me zoom it in for you. Can you point with using the map, using the pointer, which side of the house you believe that was? Was there a pergola out that direction? Was there a pergola on the side of the area where you thought he came out of the house? Or was it the other side of the house? Do you know what a pergola is?
No.
Gazebo?
Gazebo. Cannot recall.
You don't remember?
No.
And so the area where you've just drawn the map, it looks like there's a wall around it, and that's where the front door is. Is that where you think he came out?
Yes,
You think he told you he came out the front door?
that's correct.
And did he say what he did after he came outside?
After he came outside, he just stated he followed them with his canines.
And you said a minute ago that he saw the subjects, and what did he tell you what did he tell you about what he observed?
He observed the subjects that they were wearing camouflage, also backpacks, and some were carrying rifles.
Did he say they were carrying rifles, or did he say they were something else?
They were carrying rifles.
And does your report document that they were carrying rifles, or that he told you they were possibly carrying rifles?
The report does say I stated possibly,
And which is accurate?
possibly is accurate.
So he told you that he exited the residence, he saw the subjects, and they were possibly carrying rifles.
Yes, correct.
And you said you also remember him saying that they were carrying backpacks, is that right?
Yes,
And did you say camouflage?
yes, correct.
Did you have information that somehow there were reports of shots fired?
All information of shots fired was the one when it came over the radio.
It got dispatched out that way?
Correct.
And so did you ask him about that?
Didn't ask him directly about the shots or
Did you ask him if the subjects shot at him?
I did ask him what he had heard and what if they had shot at him. Correct.
And how did he respond?
Responded he did not know of what direction they were shooting or if they had met other cartel members and they were doing a shootout.
Okay, so let's stop with the direction first. He told you he didn't know what direction they shot, is that right?
That's correct.
So does that accurately summarize what he said to you?
Yes.
And then he said something about a shootout. Can you tell me what that was about?
Was about he didn't know if the reason why they were running or the shot was fired, if it was another rival cartel members had a conflict between each other.
Have you ever seen that happen in Keno Springs?
No.
And so he said he thought they encountered another cartel, and what did he say he thought happened?
He did believe that they were just cartel members, rivals that shot at each other and they just started running south.
And did he say that he thought they were scared from the shots?
Yes.
Does that accurately summarize what he told you?
Yes.
What did he tell you he did after he made those observations?
After I made those observations, so he just tried to follow the subject south with his canines.
And did he tell you how many canines or dogs he had with him?
Do not recall.
You don't remember if you documented that in your report?
Correct.
If I showed you your report, would that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Is it still in front of you?
Yes.
Could you take a look?
He didn't observe him. He didn't see him anymore. He wasn't able to have visual of them. He stated they probably made it south and wasn't able to see him.
So he said he never saw them again after he followed them with his dogs.
Correct.
And he said they made it south.
We don't need to repeat every time, this goes to all council, okay? Because you're all doing it. We don't need to repeat every time what the witnesses just testified to as a preface to the next question. Just ask the next question. Right? It's not directed just at this one. Common practice. It takes up time. It's a waste of time. Just ask the next question.
Did he tell you where he thought they made it back to?
Back south towards Mexico, the border.
Does that accurately summarize what he told you?
Yes.
Now, after you had this conversation with Mr. Kelly, did you talk to him about another officer?
I did inform him that Deputy Cristobal Castaneda, batch number 144.
They knew this one.
I apologize.
It's all right. You know, people get up there, they get a little nervous, very understandable, especially under the circumstances. They don't know what's on fast. They're talking about doing it. But, so just trying to slow down.
I did tell him that Deputy Cristobal Castaneda, batch number 144, would be the main officer of the case, and he would be speaking with them.
So Castaneda was the main officer, is that what you said? I'm
Yes.
sorry, I'm having a little trouble hearing you. That's why I'm kind of repeating what you're saying, so I'm sure I have it.
Yes, he was the main officer.
Okay, and so you told George he was gonna talk to him.
Yes.
And after you told him that, what did you do next?
After that, myself and Deputy Cabrera, apologize, got in our unit. That's when I asked Mr. Kelly if he needed a ride back to the residence.
And what did he say?
He stated no, that he was going to walk back with his 2 canines.
At some point later, were you contacted, does that end your investigation in this case?
Yes, at that day it was.
The next day, were you contacted by the Criminal Investigation Division?
Yes, I was the following day.
And when you were contacted by them, what did they ask you to do?
They asked me if I could describe the weapon, or if I could identify the weapon that Mr. Kelly was carrying the day on 30th.
Did you go and look at a weapon?
Yes, I went to the sheriff's office, to the Criminal Investigations Division office, where they showed me a weapon.
And was it the right weapon?
No, it was not.
And do you remember what time that was?
Did not recall the time.
Would your report reflect what time?
Yes.
Do you want to take a look?
During the day, we were asked by the Criminal Investigations Division to assist them in searching the residence for the weapon.
What time did you go out to assist with that search warrant?
Did not recall the exact time.
Would it help if you looked at your report?
Yes. It was at 11 a.m. in the morning.
And when you got out there at 11 a.m., did they ask you to look at a different weapon?
Yes, I was asked to look at a different weapon.
And where was that weapon?
That weapon was located in a room. It was found by Detective Sergeant Flores. It was located behind a door to a room beneath a coat.
And when you looked at that weapon, what did you discover?
I discovered and I saw that weapon. I realized it was the same weapon I had seen Mr. Kelly carrying the day before.
And could I need to show the witness a picture? I'm going to show you an image from State's Exhibit 34, and it's image number 4636. Do you recognize that item?
Yes.
And what does that item appear to be?
The item appears to be an AK-47, the weapon I had seen Mr. Kelly carrying the day before.
Is that the item you identified as the AK-47 that Mr. Kelly was carrying on January 30th of 2023?
Yes, it was.
You're going to move for admission of image number 4636 in item 34.
Just a minute, I'm trying to track it.
So what's the exhibit?
34, Your Honor.
Okay, so it's not photos of.
It's image number 4636. It's one item in exhibit 34. Image 4636.
I'm sorry, this is not tracking again, I'm just trying to see if I can track so I can call it up by the number. But let me just get clarity if I may, this is evidence number 34,
Exhibit 34, correct,
photo of the, right.
correct. Image number 4636.
For this photo, marked now is 34, I would have no objection.
Right, so this is one page from, as I understand it, another exhibit, exhibit 34, without objection, page number 4636, exhibit 34.
And is that the weapon that you observed?
Yes, it was.
That's the AK-47 Mr. Kelly was handling.
Yes.
I'm going to show you another image. This is 4637.
In the same.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Exhibit 34. And do you recognize that item?
Yes.
And what is that item?
That's the AK-47 Mr. Kelly was carrying.
Is that the other side of it?
Yes, correct.
Move for admission of exhibit 34, item number, image 4637.
No objection.
Page 4637 from exhibit 34 is.
And is that the other side of the weapon?
Yes, correct.
For a minute, Your Honor, I'm going to ask the detective to show the witness the weapon, which we have in evidence.
Just so you know, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I've ordered and had this particular item of evidence, it's a weapon, double checked and triple checked, just to make sure it has no live ammunition in it. So I'm sure that this is completely safe for display.
Detective Aiza, could you please show the witness exhibit 10, state's exhibit 101? And please don't do it so that it doesn't show to the jury. Deputy Monreal, do you recognize that item?
Yes.
And what is that item?
It's the AK-47 Mr. Kelly was carrying on January 30th.
You're going to move for admission of state's exhibit 101.
May I approach the box to look inside?
Detective, could you show defense counsel, please, without showing the jury? And I'm not sure what exchange is happening, but if there's some kind of question, we need to have it on the record. And if counsel's touching things, she needs to put on a pair of gloves.
Why don't you talk to them? Talk to this one. She'll have the answers. If any questions.
Any identification on this in the back?
Carter, could we have a discussion sidebar about,
All right, let's do this.
had moved for admission of States Exhibit 101. And if council will check your exhibit list that we emailed
101
you
is
this morning, it's on there.
101 is.
Your Honor, could the detective display this for the jury, please?
Why don't you come over here? Come over here.
And while the detective is displaying that for the jury, is there also inside the box the black electrical tape and the flashlight that you observed that were on the flashlight?
Yes, correct.
That stays in the box.
Can you turn around so the jury can see it? And Deputy Monreal, when you looked in the box, was there also
Sorry to interrupt.
Sure.
So for obvious reasons, well, this has been admitted in evidence. For obvious reasons, we don't intend to send this back with you to the jury room, as we will with all the other exhibits. If you really need to see it, we may do it, but take whatever look you need to use right now or have right now to make sure you have a familiar exhibit, because it might not be available to you.
The judge, I think, wants them to get a better look, so if you could move a little, maybe a little.
Do you have a question about the problem viewing the, hold on a second.
Yeah.
What's the issue?
Your Honor, is
What's
it
your,
proper to ask a question regarding an attachment, I'm sorry, an attachment that was added onto the weapon for the gun over there?
you and the other jurors will be allowed to ask questions at the close of the witness's testimony. So write it down so you don't forget. Has everyone had a chance to look at the weapon the way you want to? Yes, Juror number 10.
I would appreciate some accurate measurements of the weapon.
All right, put that in a question, and we'll see if we can address it better.
Yeah.
All right, you can put it away. Are you done with the exhibit?
I'm not, Your Honor. I just need to show the electrical tape and the flashlight.
Okay.
Deputy, you also mentioned electrical tape and
Why
a
don't you put it
flashlight?
back up here facing the witness?
You also mentioned electrical tape and a flashlight. Is that also contained in the box?
Yes, correct.
Is that the electrical tape and the flashlight you saw on the weapon in the way that it is shown in the photographs?
Yes, it was.
Could you hold that up just so that the jury can see it, please?
The back?
The bag, please.
No, not the tape and the flashlight.
Can you flip it around? Detective Ianza, could you maybe display that for the jury? I think some folks down here on the other end are having trouble seeing it.
Maybe pause right here, because I'm not sure what's in that.
Yeah, why don't you go to the defense table? We're going into the lunch hour a little bit, but I would just prefer to finish this so we can put this stuff away. So sorry about that.
Maybe we go in the headset room.
Let's recess for lunch. I'm gonna send the jury out. We'll stay here and keep working on any issues. You're excused for lunch. Remember the admonition of the court. We're gonna recommence at 1:30 this afternoon. Please be back in the jury room slightly before 1:30.
Revive the court.
the records show that the jury is absent and, Ms. Loveland. Everyone else can have a seat. You can have a seat, stay or leave as you wish, but if you're gonna stay, have a seat.
Your Honor, the envelope is still in there. Just want it removed from the plastic bag so it doesn't provoke a question what's in the envelope. We don't have it admitted yet because it's done with another witness, and it should be walked across to the jurors.
What's in the envelope?
Cases.
Your Honor, that's the casings I mentioned that you said not to worry about, so I wasn't gonna worry about it. We have a good faith belief that the expert who shot the weapon is going to appear tomorrow and identify those casings.
That's all that's in the bag, casings?
No, in the bag is the flashlight and the black electrical tape, in addition to the casings.
An envelope.
The casings is
They're inside an envelope.
that's what I was just gonna say.
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
Can we take the envelope out and let them see the plastic
Is
bag?
the, is the plastic bag sealed?
I'm not sure.
Let me see the plastic bag. I haven't seen any of this stuff. I just need to see the bag. Well, plastic bag, you know. Right, okay, so the question I was asking is whether it was sealed with tape to preserve the integrity of the chain of custody evidence. I'm not seeing that on the plastic bag, so we'll just take the other little bag, little manila envelope that the casings are in, just take them out.
I don't have a problem with that, Your Honor, as long as we put them back. The box itself was sealed until the court unsealed it to check to make sure that the weapon was safe for the jury, so.
You wanna
That
see-
was the integrity seal, just for the record.
So, yeah, there's no integrity seal on this bag.
Correct.
So when you want to display it to the jury, you can just take the casings out, keep them separate, and then you can take the other things out of the bag.
Sounds fine,
It'll
Judge.
be even better. How's that, Ms. Waldorf? Does
That's
that work?
exactly what I was requesting, Your Honor.
Done deal, then, it's 5 after 12, we'll continue at 1:30 after lunch.
Can
And
someone
you can reseal this up if you want.
If the detective could
Please rise, people, board. Thank you. Please be seated. Back on the record. The presence of all the jurors, counsel, and the defendant, and we left off with the state witness.
Your Honor, could Detective Ainsa approach and unseal the box?
Yes. Back on the stand, and when we're ready, we'll continue with the direct examination.
And Your Honor, for the record, Detective Ainsa had sealed and is now unsealing again after the break, Exhibit 101. And I've instructed him regarding the court order.
Well, I think you were about to display the contents of the bag, is that right?
Yes, Your Honor. With the court's permission. Could you please show the witness the contents of the Ziploc bag? Deputy, could you tell us, do you recognize the items in the Ziploc bag and what's been admitted as Exhibit 101?
Yes, I do.
And what do those items appear to be?
The flashlight and the black duct tape that was located in the AK-47.
And when you saw it, if I understood your testimony earlier, the flashlight was affixed to the weapon as you see in the photograph with the black electrical tape, is that right?
Yes, it was.
Thank you. And with the court's permission, I'd like Detective Ainsa to show the witness Exhibit 102.
Is your number?
102. Do you recognize the item in the box marked Exhibit 102?
Yes,
And how do you recognize that?
it was in the weapon.
And do you recognize it from the weapon that Mr. Kelly was carrying on January 30th?
Yes,
And is that the weapon that on January 31st you identified as the weapon he was carrying on January 30th?
yes, it was.
Credited for admission of State's Exhibit 102, which I believe is the magazine. Does it also contain other items inside the weapon? Or is it just the magazine? Okay,
It's just the magazine.
just the magazine.
Well, and the rounds.
The rounds are in there too? Okay.
May I take this witness on board?
Yes.
I don't believe this person has knowledge that this is the same thing that came out of the gun, so I'd like to make some questions.
Yes.
So you can see the contents of this exhibit, correct?
Yes.
Did you personally take the rifle in your possession?
No, I never had it in my possession.
Okay, all you did was ID it back at the house.
Yes,
So you have no idea if this magazine is what came out of this rifle, correct?
correct.
Okay, and you have no idea that any of these bullets that might be from this magazine came from not only that magazine, but also from the rifle, correct?
That's correct.
And therefore I object, Your Honor, for no personal knowledge.
Deputy, did you see the magazine
What?
from out?
I'm just ruling the objection, then you can continue. As the
Sorry, Your Honor.
objection's- The objection is sustained, and you can try to lay additional.
Did you see the magazine from the outside of the weapon?
Yes, I did.
And does what's in State's Exhibit 102 appear to be consistent with what you observed outside the weapon?
Yes,
And did you see officers collect that, officers of the Criminal Investigation Division collect that evidence at the scene?
Yes, I did.
And who did you see collect it?
It was Sergeant Flores, Detective Bunting as well was there,
Okay,
Detective Ainsa.
okay, thank you. That's all, thank you.
More questions, Your Honor? Magazines are very common items, correct?
Yes, they are.
I mean, you can't look at one magazine and know for sure that it is the exact magazine of
Your Honor,
another.
I didn't move to admit the exhibit, I just said thank you, that's all I have.
Oh,
So I'll move to admit it with the detectives.
thank you.
All right, so the objection's moved. Very well, thank you. I think we might have missed that. Did you pass the witness?
I did, Judge.
All right. All right, thank you, Mike. Pass the witness cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So you did some law enforcement work, but it was in the jail, correct?
Yes, correct.
Got some experience, moved up the ranks, and I assume you expressed an interest in wanting to learn how to do patrol, right?
Yes, I did.
Get out of the jail.
Yes.
And in order to do that, they sent you to the academy, correct?
Yes, correct.
And you went to more than one?
So academy for, oh, yes, for deputy, it's just one academy for deputy.
Okay. And was that the last thing that you were describing or the first one that you were describing? You had different dates.
That was the last one I was describing.
Okay. So that's what allowed you to get certified in law enforcement to be able to perform police activities, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And then you were going through different phases of probation, correct?
Correct.
And you broke it up into like 3 areas, 4?
Correct, there's 4 phases.
4 phases. And you were on the last one?
I was in phase 3.
3.
One before the last.
Okay. So with that in mind, since leaving the academy and being out on January 30th on the ride along with your supervisor, how much time have you had a chance to do these ride alongs?
Your Honor, objection to the form. This assumes that he was on a ride-along, which is.
Do you understand what I mean by that?
I think you could ask a better question.
Okay.
Wasn't even clear whether, the question's still clear.
When you're on thank you, Judge. When you're on probation, when I meant ride along is that you had to be supervised with a senior officer, right?
Yes, correct.
Senior deputy. And so when you're riding along, meaning you're in a vehicle with someone else that's supervising you, correct?
Correct.
And you understood that, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so you, at this point in time, on January 30th, my question is, how long have you been out of the academy and started your probationary period riding along with other officers in each of the phases?
Since I graduated academy, I graduated December 8th of 2022. After that, to January 30th, it should have been approximately 7 to 8 weeks.
Okay. So to come up and tell the jurors that you've never seen things before, it's because you're new, right? There was some questions given by the state. Have you ever seen anything like this before, whether it's weapons or any type of activity that was dealing with, you know, transporting drugs and whatever the question was. You remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And you answered, no, you hadn't, but you were very brand new at this point in time, weren't you?
Back in January 30th, I was.
Yes. So you can't use your wealth of experience on the job to know for sure what the terrain is like out there, correct?
From that day, no.
I mean, you're learning every day as you go, right?
That's correct.
And you've got over another year under your belt, is that right?
Yes.
Since this incident. Okay, so, but this is good training and you learned a lot from this case, I would imagine.
Yes.
So when you get there, you're supposed to be in supervised distance with the person that's training you in this phase 3, right?
Yes, correct.
And again, who was that?
That was Arlette Cabrera, batch number 139.
Okay, you're good at badge numbers. You know everyone's badge number?
Majority, almost everybody.
That's pretty cool. Okay, but Cabrera.
Yes.
Okay. And so when you get there, in order to go out into this field to do this search, you had to know why or what you were looking for, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did anyone gather information first besides dispatch information that would make you to know what direction to start looking?
It was only Border Patrol, the ones we encountered there at the gate.
Okay. So they pointed you into what field or area that something someone saw something? I mean, why did you pick the location that you searched?
The location that we searched was due to the fact Border Patrol had advised us that Mr. Kelly had left his residence with his canine since his weapon and started to make his way south following the subjects.
Yes, sir. But the field that you searched was the east side and the direction that Mr. Kelly took was south.
Correct.
And south was also the direction of the 5 initial people that the Kelly saw was heading. So you didn't go south, did you?
We went south. We didn't, at the beginning of the residence, we didn't go south due to the fact it was gated. We were trying to find a way how to jump the fence.
Okay. So let me help you maybe with some photos. Let's see if those don't assist you. Or refresh your memory. Let me show you what's already been admitted in JJ defense. JJ. Let me verify, Judge. All right, it would be KK. Yes.
Clerk tells us that JJ and KK.
And actually, I guess if I looked on this, I would know. KK, Your Honor, sorry. This has been marked. Is this not working?
Yeah. Do you have that on the, do you have that on this on the monitor? On your monitor? All right, let's.
There it is, Judge. This is McCann.
Sorry.
Okay, I'm showing you a collection of photos that was previously entered into evidence. This is a scene from, it's been determined that the house, as you exit the house, this is the patio on looking at the property, okay? All right, if there's, does this look familiar to you at all?
Yes, sure.
Is that confident?
Yes.
Sure. Okay, so this, looking out into this patio would be facing in the east direction. Are you disputing that?
I'm not disputing it.
Okay. And that would mean that south would be to the right of the photo, and if you go down far enough, you would see the vehicles. We could put that map on if we need it again, and the little roadway to where Mr. Kelly was found, the gates and all that, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so if the gates, the roadway from the direction of Mr. Kelly or where you parked your vehicles initially was to the right, this would be a patio that would filter off of that and be heading into an east direction. Following me?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said something about a ladder. Remember that?
Yes, correct.
Now, the ladder, I don't know if you recall or not, isn't it true that it was,
It'll be, if we're looking at the picture, it's gonna be to your left. If we're standing, if we took that picture.
okay? So let me point up here. So it'll be to the left of this picture.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Makes more sense. So now you could possibly see a little bit of a fence line out there. Let me see if I zoom, we'll see it on this, but if not, we will see it on another photo.
Your Honor, just a correction for the record, this is not a state's photo, this is a defense
The
photo.
fence. We entered it.
And it was not taken by the state, just for clarification, that is not a state's photo, that's a defense photo.
Is there a question or objection?
No, I'm just clarifying the record.
Okay, can you see what appears to be out there, a little bit of a fence line?
Barely.
Okay, but we'll get another photo here in a minute, okay? And this fence line was barbed wire,
Yes.
and did you happen to notice, because you mentioned another fence line out there that you did not have a ladder, you had to go under, do you remember that testimony?
Yes, correct.
Was that a smooth wire? Did
No.
you even notice?
That I remember, recall, no.
Okay, that's fine, but you didn't get caught up in the barbed wire.
No.
So if the ladder is to the left as we look at this wall and the trail of the picture, let's talk about what that looks like. So a barbed wire might come up to what? A chest, how high do you think the fence line is?
It will push you to chest.
Somewhere here? Okay. And I'm illustrating across my chest about approximate height of the wire, of the fence, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, the ladder, was it true that it literally had some, it was like one ladder going up on an angle to the top of the fence line, right?
Correct.
And the other one, I'm illustrating with my arms, I'm making almost an A coming down on the other side, right?
Correct.
So to get up and over that wasn't the easiest thing in the world, was it?
No, it wasn't.
Okay, and you're young. How old are you?
25.
Okay, and so for you to get up there, you cautiously climbed it, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay, but for someone that's elderly, it would be a major challenge to try to do that, wouldn't it?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you. Now, but it was there for whatever reason, and did you know that he's owned this property for at least 10 years?
No, I did not.
Didn't know that? Okay. Now, if the ladder that helped you get over the first fence line assisted you, did you go off away from the home or did y'all come back in this direction to the right closer to the south to fan out?
It was just right after, a little bit east-south. We didn't deviate a lot of south. We just saw the next fence and try to find an entrance.
And what I'm suggesting is you made it sound like you were the first one in the row and everyone followed to the left of you, correct?
Correct.
You didn't go like out of the area of the property where things didn't happen, did you? Or did you focus once you found the ladder, come back in this direction?
I was not the first person that located the ladder. That's why we followed everybody else towards the ladder.
I'm asking after you got out off the ladder, did y'all fan out in this direction?
We fanned out straight to the next entrance. We saw under the barbed wire.
No, I didn't start the search yet. I'm at the beginning. You got a bunch of officers there, and they're gonna spread out, right? And do this search, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so did you search inside this barbed wire area?
No, we didn't.
You never checked around to see if there's anyone there?
No, we didn't.
Okay, and then when you climbed over this ladder, did you go away from the house to search? Or did you come back now that you found a way to get over it and spread out in this direction that we see it in this photo?
I would have to, do not recall, I have to see the next fence where it is to see if it's this area.
Well, if you look far out from this direction, after you clear this full part of the pasture, you're gonna find a parallel fence. And we'll get there, but that's out further and the ravine is straight out. Does that help you at all?
Not exactly from the location where the ladder is.
Again, the ladder's to the left. Did you come back in front of the house and spread out in this general direction?
After we passed the second fence, we just started to spread out.
So you didn't even bother to search this area right here?
Not inside the property or between the two fences,
You did not search in between the two fences?
just a general view, what we were able to see.
Okay, but you admitted that there is pretty tall grass out there, correct?
Correct.
And there's a lot. Just kind of zooming out a little bit further. Oops, let's locate it better. Come on, zoom and see if I need to unzoom. Okay. Do you see, this is next to the pergola, right here. On the left side of the screen, as we're looking at it, there is one of the posts for the pergola, the patio cover.
Right.
Okay. And we're looking out. Can you see that?
Yes,
Okay. And you see the terrain,
yes.
correct? Well, how do you know someone's not behind one of these little bushes, trees, or cactuses, or whatever terrain that's out there? How do you know?
That's pretty hard to see if someone's behind there.
But you're looking for people.
Right.
This is not what they taught you in the academy, is it?
The academy,
Objection argumentative, Your Honor.
Is it?
nope,
Okay, a search is a search, and you need to be thorough. You may not be looking in every hole, but you are doing a sweep looking for anything that might be dangerous, like a person with guns, right?
yes, correct.
And you're saying that once you cross the fence, you can see one of the posts here, can't you?
Correct, that was the first fence.
That is the first fence, correct. And down further back, using your imagination a little bit, there'll be another fence running parallel to this fence. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then past that, after you go a little ways, you'll eventually get to the ravine, the wash, the arroyo, whatever you want to call it, right?
Correct.
Okay. So my question is, are you saying you didn't bother to look in between these two fences?
Just a general view.
Okay, now let's talk about the next set of fences. What happened then? You said you fanned out there?
After the second fence?
Yes, sir.
Yes, correct. After the second fence, that's when I met up back with Deputy Cabrera and Deputy Castaneda and Sergeant Yura Garcia. Did a widespread
gonna go through my photos here. So some of the things that are on there is, you got this smoker right there, right? You see it?
Yes.
Right here. You didn't look behind it, did you?
Nope.
And where the ladder was, there is a pump house also right there, wasn't there?
Yes.
Did you look around that?
Just around the pump house.
You looked around the pump house?
I passed through the pump house when I looked around it in it.
Sir, if you went to the ladder, you wouldn't walk all the way around all four sides of the pump house.
Correct.
Okay, so you didn't search this area either?
No.
Okay. So your job is to go looking for someone, and now you're in there testifying that you didn't really look? I'm kind of confused. Can you explain?
So by the time we got there, it was 20, 30 minutes. Once we went with Border Patrol, we were advised that Mr. Kelly had run south. So that's why we're looking more in the direction of south, you know, taking in consideration the time people had to run south. Mr. Kelly had taken off south. We're looking more down the road in the arroyo, nothing in the property or close to it.
You were looking for what you call a security sweep of any threats that could be around this location for the protection of the Kellys, correct?
First time when around that direction, east of the property.
This is east. Did you ever go south and follow the direction of where the 5 possible subjects ran across the window from the view of the Kellys?
We started walking south once we passed the arroyo and everything.
Is that to your car?
Well, the car was behind the property, so that's not towards the car.
How far south from the driveway or little driveway did you go?
Once we hit the 2-track road after the arroyo, that's when we walked back to the residence.
Yes, is that where their fence line allows you to come through?
The first, there's a gated.
Yes. So you didn't go anywhere in any direction to verify whether someone was still around this location, correct?
Correct.
Were you able to observe the 2 dogs? You pay any attention to them?
Didn't pay attention to the canines.
Canines can be very smart and tell you what's out somewhere. Did you even look to see if they were alerting to anything, anywhere?
No, there's no, they're right next to Mr. Kelly.
These are pretty inquisitive canines. Are you sure?
I'm sure they're right next to Mr. Kelly.
Sorry to talk over you, didn't mean to do that. They didn't follow you guys out there once they came back to the house with Mr. Kelly? They didn't come out there to see where you were?
That I recall, no, they're right next to Mr. Kelly.
But you saw the wash. You saw how it sloped down and then dropped at that point and into a sandy bank of some sort, correct?
Correct, the beginning, the picture does not make it justice as a wash. I'm trying to explain.
I understand that, I agree, because it's overhead, right?
Right.
Right, but when you're looking at it on the ground, it gives a different feeling. The whole area does, doesn't it?
Yes,
Okay? And so, so your cursory search really wasn't much of a search, was it?
it was a search until we located Mr. Kelly.
Well, when Mr. Kelly was brought up, you guys were, spread out in the field. And so you just called it off once you saw him?
That time, when I went back to form my vehicle and drove down the 2-track and located Mr. Kelly walking up the 2-track with his canines and the border patrol agents, that's when I spoke with them.
You want to explain what a 2-track is in case you get a note later and we'll solve that?
2-track is the road that was next to the property. It was the first outline at the end of the map. If we have the map, I can show you what the 2-track is. It's just a road that anybody can make with either tractor, vehicles, ATVs, UTVs.
So the fact that Mr. Kelly has an ATV driving around, he would, if he keeps going over the same location, it would cause this 2-track?
Correct.
Okay. So it's packed down ground that looks like a path, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. It's not really a roadway per se, right?
Correct.
It's just more for ranch equipment could use it maybe, correct?
Correct.
Walking path maybe?
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to get that clarity. Now, did you find something strange about a flashlight wrapped around a gun?
Yes, for me it was,
Why is that?
because it was strange that it was being held with black duct tape.
Okay, it costs money to get lights, flashlights to some of the weapons. I mean, that there are some things that are out there, but it costs money, right?
That's correct.
So you could buy that, in other words, if you go in a gun store, depending on the gun, but you might be able to find something that you could attach to your weapon, whether a handgun or rifle, and it would provide light ahead of you, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so this is just a makeshift of that, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, so the fact that if he had one that he bought, would that be less strange?
Not that strange, but it was something I would all notice that had a light next to it.
He lives on a ranch of over 100 acres big. Do you understand that?
Yes.
and there's things that he needs to check out at night, and there is no lighting in the evening, were you out there in the evening?
Not in the evening.
Okay, would it surprise you there's no street lights?
I wouldn't. It's a ranch,
It's a ranch.
acres.
Exactly, thank you, sir. And so to have a flashlight, if you had to hold a weapon, wouldn't it be easier just to wrap it around the stock in order to look around?
Yes, you can, but we know a barrel creates heat once you shoot a weapon, so it'll melt the glue on the tape.
Well, you might know that, but apparently it did melt it because it was on when you saw it, right?
Correct.
And by the look of the tape, I don't know, it could be very old. Approach the evidence. Just bring out the tape and the flashlight out of there and bring it to the witness. So this is not your typical flashlight either, is it?
No.
No. You see it in the back. And what kind of light do you think it might be? Can it be a weapons light?
No, it could be any light you could buy at hardware store probably or online.
But it's small, like one would be found on a weapon, right?
That's correct.
Look at the tape. Does it look brand new?
Not really.
You know what I mean? Just walk by the jurors with this thing. Actually pretty smart, wouldn't you agree?
What was that?
Could be pretty smart that he did that to his rifle.
Could be anybody's opinion.
Well, this is winter, right?
That's correct.
January 30th. And the sun goes down quicker in the winter, doesn't it?
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
And you don't know what his responsibilities of livestock, if he needs something in his barn, you have no idea, right?
I do not.
Okay. So this provides a means of lighting, right?
For Mr. Kelly, yes.
Yeah, sure. So there was one single shot that he reported before he went to leave his living room or leave his house to go outside. Is that right?
That's correct.
And are you aware there was one single shot found on this body?
Now I am.
Okay. And so he's in the home hearing a shot based on his testimony, his 911 call, his contact with Border Patrol. And now later we learn at a different moment of time, not on your watch yet, but we learn that there is a body out there that has a single shot also, correct?
That's correct.
Now, he told you when he saw these people that he was at the kitchen island, right?
Yes, he is.
And you testified that earlier.
Yes, it is.
So if I'm standing at my kitchen island making my lunch, did he tell you he was making his lunch?
He didn't tell me what he was doing exactly.
Okay. And did you notice that he could look through the living room and out his big picture windows? And he would look onto the photo, his pergola, his patio, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you see those big picture windows?
Saw that big picture window once I went back the second day.
Okay. So you're aware of what I'm talking about?
Yes,
And he claims he sees someone goes across there with these, did he describe backpacks?
correct. He described 5 subjects wearing backpacks and camouflage running south.
Okay. And then alerted to the gunshot, which you don't know, there was a phone call made and then he went out. But let me get you the report here, just a second. Now, when he saw these subjects, he grabbed his rifle, right?
Yes, sir.
And did you know, or did you learn that he had come in the house from the morning being outside? That he placed his rifle by the door,
I did not learn that.
okay? Had that happened, would that be respectful to his wife, to not carry it in throughout the house?
Yes,
Nothing wrong with that, right? Okay. So if he leaves, the rifle will be right by the door. That's kind of convenient, isn't it?
okay.
Yes. So then you learned, after he said he knew where the gun was, you paraphrased what you heard. I'm not sure if that's accurate or not, but you testified to what you heard, that he keeps this gun there, his baby or whatever
Correct.
you
This baby's
referenced.
always by the
Yeah.
door.
That he exited at that point, okay?
Yes.
We've all heard he's made a phone call by now, okay? You don't know that, right?
No, I did not know
Okay. And you observe the subjects were possibly carrying rifles. Now, he heard a shot, right?
Right.
And you got 5 people running by. It's a little hard to see exactly what's going on, and I imagine his adrenaline is up. Would that be reasonable?
that. Yes, I agree, sir.
Okay. Now, when you asked him if they shot at him, he was being very honest, right?
Yes, he was.
He doesn't know who actually shot because he was coming out the door. He was still in his house.
Right.
Okay. But it was close enough to alarm him. Would you agree?
Agree?
It was close enough to alarm his horse. Would you agree?
Yes,
And it was close enough to alarm, and get his wife upset too, right?
yes.
So he didn't know which direction they were shooting, but it could have been at his horse. Could have been at each other. He didn't know, right?
Correct, he did not know.
Okay. So he's not sitting here lying to you or anything, right?
Vouching of the witness of the veracity of another witness is completely improper.
Do you have any reason to believe he was not being truthful?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
No,
Okay. Now, we also told you, because now when he's talking to you, the event is over, right?
Right.
He's not on the phone reporting what he's seeing, correct?
correct.
Okay, so he's already been out towards his barn or wherever the deputy or the border patrol found him, correct?
Right.
And he's come back in. So he knows what he saw at that point in time, what event took place, correct?
Right.
And he mentions possible members of another cartel. And possibly with that in mind, maybe they were shooting at each other, right?
Right.
He didn't know that for a fact, did he?
Nope.
He was sort of speculating from his observation, right?
Right.
That means he had to see, possibly, with that in mind, that there was a chance he saw another group.
Objection calls for speculation.
Did you ask him why he would know that?
No, I did not ask him.
Isn't it the job, and I know you were new, but isn't it the job of a investigating team, including patrol, to ask questions?
Yes,
Okay. So then he said he began to try to follow the subjects along with his two dogs. He didn't say he chased them, did he?
no,
No. Actually, the direction he went into is where his barn was. Did you learn that later?
didn't ask him where he had stopped or made it to. We just found him on the 2-track in the road.
Right. Well, so you don't know that he was returning when Border Patrol
Objection,
intercepted
Your Honor.
him. Did you know that he was returning from his barn when Border Patrol intercepted him? Did you know that?
No,
Did you ever learn that?
no,
So you don't know that he was chasing someone or just checking on his property, right? You don't really know, do you?
no, I just,
Now, do you know that my client, Alan Kelly, is a left-handed person?
I do not know.
Okay, and how you hold a gun would probably be, especially if you know anything about a gun, you're gonna take your strong arm, whichever it is, right or left, and keep it closer to where the trigger would be, correct?
Right.
So if I'm gonna pick up this rifle and hold it, and I am right-handed, I would grab the stock with my right hand and the barrel with my left, right?
Right.
Because I could easily move to the trigger if something happened.
Right.
It would be the opposite if you were left-handed, correct?
It could be, depending on the
Okay.
person.
Well, if you know anything about guns and say you know how to shoot a gun, you're gonna be wise about it, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, obviously, the Border Patrol did not feel in any threat with him carrying his weapon, right?
Right.
Because no one told him to disarm at this time, did they?
Nope.
Okay. So everyone treated him as a victim, like he should have been treated all along, correct?
Objection. Argumentative.
Did everyone, let me rephrase it, see if the court's okay with this. Did everyone treat him as a potential victim rather than a suspect at this point in time?
At this point in time, I treated him as a reporting party,
Okay, which could be a victim, right?
depending on the outcome of the investigation.
It was his property, correct?
Correct.
It was him that heard shots on his own property, correct?
Correct.
It's him that saw 5 people with weapons and backpacks, possibly illegal smugglers, going across his property. That makes him a victim too, doesn't it?
Correct, as you stated, possibly carrying.
Thank you. And the fact that, just going with the potential that the two parties, Mrs. Kelly and Mr. Kelly, reported what they did. If one shot was heard while he was still in the house, who shot it? Do you know?
I do not know.
How long were you out there searching the property?
Do not recall.
You mean, does it feel like 5 minutes? Feel like an hour?
An estimate would be at least minimum of 30 minutes.
That seems, 30 minutes, this seems a little early, don't you think?
Seems until we located Mr. Kelly.
Well, how about pine trees? You see any pine trees out there?
Not that I recall, usually it's mesquite on here.
Okay. And you paid attention, like, I don't know, you paid attention to the weapon that Mr. Kelly had and later helped to identify what it looked like.
Yes, correct.
You were the brand new recruit that was the only one that knew what it looked like.
Yes, I do.
Well, and that's good. You are being alert, right?
Yes.
Trying to be a good recruit. And you have no idea why the gun was hanging, where it was, you have no information about that, right?
On the 31st that it was located in
Yes.
the house? No, I do not.
You don't know if someone told them to put it there, right?
No.
You have no idea.
I have no idea.
Did you look at all for anything that could look like tracks?
Try to locate down there tracks was seen of either horses, people walking around, could have been anybody
There were a lot, weren't
or
there?
a lot.
So you don't know if they were fresh or old,
Correct.
but it clearly, and are you speaking of the Royal or on the property or both?
General, both of the area.
Okay? Pass the witness.
Right, I think this is because we're gonna get afternoon recess, start at 1:30. It's now 2:40. Take a 30-minute recess, we'll come back about 10 after 3.
Right, por favor.